Hello guys, how's it going? Good morning. Soon, yes, I'm here. Should probably change the text to soon TM. How about that, guys? Hello, Saki. Hello, everyone. How's it going? The aftermath. The morning after today. When you have work to do. Thus. The fire time. That's kind of interesting, right? Because the campfire chat was like really good, right? Everyone loved it. And then come the patch notes. And everyone is despairing besides the rogues. Holy. Okay. Hello, Mind Freak. How am I feeling? Yeah, basically what I just explained. So I want to make at least a chain lightning thing. I need to explore this chain lightning item, so I want to see what's up with that. Yo, we got a donation here from Amok Uno. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Wait, what currency is that? I've never seen that sign. The patch notes suck. Yeah, exactly, man. Rough. I mean, this will change, so... We also don't know how much they're buffing everything, you know, behind the scenes, you know, the tempering, the uniques. There's like, it's not complete, so this is also something to remember here. I mean, the uniques are getting a lot stronger, for example, and these kind of things. I really want to make a build around this item, man. I really like this item. It's a cool item. I'm not sure what exactly. But at the very least, you can also get, for example, Firebolt. Not as an enchant, but you can just, you know, trigger Firebolts now for your burn and these kind of things as well, which is kind of interesting. But it is a two-handed staff, so you do give up quite a lot for it. Core attack speed though, look at that, attack speed. I'm looking for the, here, axial conduit. You have to do math for this. Chain Lightning Pants officially define Oculus as the best designed unique in the game. I mean, at least one of that is a hot take. But, yeah, they are really cool. Like, this is definitely the highlight of all the unique items so far, I think. Thanks for the subs, guys. Sub 6565 and Ling. Why they hate the Sorc so much, who knows? Hello, Wins. Thank you, by the way. I'm frustrated after Sorc nerfs. Yeah, a lot of people are upset. I guess it's still pre-PTR, right? It's not even pre-season, it's pre-PTR. So right now I would not be like upset about anything. Just, you know, we go in, we see how it is. And they will adjust things 100%, so. Okay, I need to understand how this thing actually works. Chain Lightning alternates between orbiting you and seeking up to 3 enemies. When it returns, it drains 6 mana from you for each active Chain Lightning. After draining 66 total mana, the bolt explodes for 26,000 damage. So they made it sound like this does a lot of damage when it explodes. But it's only 26,000, which is like half an X-Hall proc. That's not very much. So the real damage is the Chain Lightning itself. And it drains more mana the more Chain Lightnings you have. And I guess it takes like a few seconds for it to do its thing, right? So I guess there will be some kind of equilibrium point where you want to have like exactly 3 Chain Lightnings or exactly 4 Chain Lightnings or 5 or something like that. That constantly whirl around. So you actually probably won't really cast it that often. In fact, you might not even run something like Chain Lightning Enchant just to make sure that you can perfectly time the casts, right? To make sure they drain exactly what you want. Chain Lightning expires if we don't have enough mana for it to drain. Now, the thing is actually that if we don't care about the explosion damage, which I think we won't care about this explosion damage. It seems kind of whatever. Then we can basically just spam Chain Lightnings as much as we want, and then run out of mana, and then at some point it will all disappear, and then like basically they will not expire all at once, right? They will expire one by one. Like they will go to the enemies, they will come back, they will drain mana, they will go to the enemies, they will come back, they will drain mana. And then they do this all at different times, right? You have like 3 Chain Lightnings out, for example. And they all come and go at a different time. And at some point, one of them will come back, and it will not have mana. And it will go away. So I guess there's not really a huge downside to running out of mana, if you just don't care about the explosion. This means you can probably just spam it as much as you can. And it has not necessarily like a certain breakpoint if you ignore the explosion. So that's my understanding right now at least. How much regen is possible? Yes. You can get a lot of regen. You have 3 mana every time it chains. Yeah, there's actually... there's various ways of getting a lot of mana. The problem is, you're playing a Sorc, so you only have one ring, right? Because Tarasha. Tarasha also has resource generation though, which is kind of helpful. You run out of life before running out of mana for sure. I need a clip again of this. I need to watch this again. So I can kind of get an understanding of how long is this thing actually alive. Thanks, Tommy, by the way, for the sub. Okay, almost found it, I think. And these are the here. Okay.
One cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here,
they don't show the mana.
Hits enemies, circles you goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage.
So I think that what happened there is actually the unbroken tether, right? Right.
Focus on gaining resource, which is a little bit different and kind of makes this build a little special, I think, and unique compared to other resource builds based around resource. So I'd like to see it in action here. You'll see
those pants combined with Mother's Embrace might be good. Nah, I doubt that Mother's Embrace gives you the resources back from this effect. Like there seems to be some special effect that has probably nothing to do with Mother's Embrace. Like it's actually very fast. It's like a second or so. It seeks up to 3 enemies. So I actually just now realized that it hits fewer enemies than normal. It seeks up to 3 enemies. So it's only 3 jumps basically, and comes back, and then 3 jumps, and comes back, and 3 jumps. But it does that infinitely, as long as I have mana, basically. Until it has done it 11 times. So each... no, actually 10 times. So after 66 it will explode.
Spam it. So you can see here, circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high.
And it exploded on the enemy. So I guess after it has drained all the mana, it will go out and then seek one more enemy and then boom. So that's what it looks like. So this means that you drain mana 10 times and then on the 11th time it will go and explode. This also means that you get the damage 11 times because you shoot it once before it comes back, it has no mana drained. So you get 11 times 3 hits, I guess. So that's a lot of hits actually.
Here, circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits.
And this is even more than 3. I think this was an unbroken tether broke. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Enemies, and then it does a big...
yeah, 1, 2, 3, came back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We've tuned the damage.
1, 2. I guess 1, 2, 3. I guess I went between those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I think it's the Unbroken Tether procs. 1, 2, 3, back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom. So it did not come back actually. Oh, so it exploded after the chains. So I guess we get the damage 12 times, not 11 times. Look. It did the chaining and then exploded at the end. The animation looks pretty cool actually. Right, we shoot it, we get 3, it comes back. It drains mana 11 times until 66. And then it goes out again, does the last chain, and then go boom. Okay, so it's 12 times, but it's with only one chain lightning, and the more chain lightnings you have, the less often it will do that. So I guess you have to make a sheet here. Let's just do that. So, Chain Lightning Sorc Season 5. Chain Lightning. Shoot. Hit 3 times. Come back. Drain on time. With 1 CL out equals 12 rounds. Then boom. 6. 11 times drain. So how much is this Unbroken Tether seems to work for chance of more chains. So I'm gonna see this again, but it definitely looked like it, right? The Unbroken Tether was proccing there.
See here, circles,
how long does this whole thing actually last? Let's see how long this takes.
So I like to see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. It's unique compared to other resource builds based around resource.
You're gonna make so many chains that unique, it's going to be crazy.
So you'll see what one cast
well, one
like.
thing is, you know, it drains 6 mana per chain lightning. So once you have like, you know, 2, 3, 4 chain lightnings out, it can only drain 66 until they disappear. So you're actually not gonna have that many chain lightnings out. If you have like 5 chain lightnings out, then they're only gonna drain 2 times and then they're gonna go boom. Right? It's only when you have 1 chain lightning that you can do 12 rounds. But I guess you have to find the point, like how many chain lightnings do you actually want to have for this to be optimal, right? So this is kind of the question here. Because you always get 1 round of chain when you cast chain lightning, so this is an advantage before it drains anything. But then, for example, you have already 5 out, it drains 30, and then it comes back, it drains 30 again, and then it comes back another time. So for example, when you have 5 out, this is probably the best spot here, right? Because you have 5 of them going, you always do damage once, then you get a drain twice, and you get a drain a 3rd time. I suppose that, you know, you can go to 60 drain, let it go out, and then it comes back, and then only drains 6 and goes out again and goes boom. So this is how I expect it to work. So there's actually kind of like this point where it would drain more, but it does not. Or maybe it still drains the full 30, going beyond the 66, but then it just explodes at that point. So I guess we don't know. It depends on like how it works. Would the double cast be free or cost resource? I expect it will cost resource. This also means if that is true, then there's basically no way for you to like reliably generate those explosions if you care about them. I don't think you will care about them because the explosion damage, it looks cool, but I don't think it actually does enough. 26,000 base damage, it's not little. But it's also not really enough to really make a difference. Thinking about as many chain lightnings as you have mana. Even 10,000 you have enough mana. Yeah, technically yes. I mean, practically you're going to be limited by attack speed and resources. So how many chain lightnings can you cast in, let's say, 10 seconds it takes for this whole thing to occur? Actually less seconds, right? Like, if you have only one, you can sustain it for 10 seconds because you only drain 6 every time. But it's not just about having the resources, it's also the chain lightnings expire faster the more you have. So, it kind of goes, the amount of chain lightnings you can have kind of like converges really fast to like a certain number. Because you just drain. They take X seconds to do their thing, and then they drain X mana, and then go boom. And I think the number will be probably somewhere in a range of like 4 to 6 chain lightnings. Hey, Type Punch, thanks man. Chain lightning can proc tons of cracking energy. Yeah, that's true. You can play as a cracking energy. %30% chance on crit. So if you assume 100% crit rate, that is a lot of crackle. But I think really you want this, yeah. This is actually very good. So, I mean, look at how many bounces you get from one, right? And the interesting part about this thing is that you actually deal a pretty significant amount of damage from just a single cast. You can actually just do one chain lightning cast and just run around. And you'll probably not be that much worse off compared to spamming it. I wonder if you're gonna see something like you cast a chain lightning and then you start spamming arc lash or something. Ah, it's cut at 30 now. Ah, shit. I think I remember something like that. Wait, are we in the wrong? Chain lightning has a 20% chance to chain an additional time when hitting crowd control enemies and bosses and will seek them as targets. Is that something you actually want to use on this build? I mean, okay, on a boss, you go from 3 hits to probably 4. I guess you could proc multiple times on one cast, right? It says when hitting. So on a boss without Unbroken Tether proc, you hit it 3 times. But you don't actually get an extra hit anyway, because it's 5 bounces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you get an additional chain, it will just go back to you and then do nothing. But if you get an Unbroken Tether proc, it's 10 bounces. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if one of them gets an additional bounce, it will go back to the boss. And you have 5 chances to get it, which on average should lead to 1 extra hit on a boss, which leads to 20% extra damage on average if you get a proc with an Unbroken Tether proc. And it leads to 0% extra damage when you get a proc without Unbroken Tether. So that sounds awful as fuck, actually, if you ask me. Like, that seems terrible. At least when looking from like a normal chain lightning perspective, it might be different here. So here it might actually be kind of good when you have so many chains. Now there's one other problem here is, like, how does this actually work on bosses? Does it just like hit one guy and then go back to you, and hit one guy and go back to you? Like, they only showed it against multiple target dummies. They didn't show it against one target dummy, and it could very well be that it just hits once and comes back, and hits once and comes back, and it just drains the whole mana really fast. Yeah, we're Juggernaut with a raid. Thanks, man. Welcome, guys. We'll see how this aspect works. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, I definitely want to prepare a planner anyway, just kind of like understand the basics of like how do we think it works? How much mana do I need? What is the kind of setup, you know? Gonna do some Paragon planning and so on. Yeah, recharging aspect is definitely helpful. You can also put it on neck. And I guess that should give you 4.5, right? Each time Chain Lightning bounces, you gain 4.5 mana. And this multiplies with the resource generation you have. And you can get a lot of resource generation. You can probably get to like a plus 100% resource generation. So this is like 9 mana for every bounce. You might want to do this, actually. Yeah, what have you been up to? Juggernaut? Kaboom Sorc build incoming. I mean, if you want to do Kaboom Sorc, like it seems like Isadoras is just going to be a way better item than Kaboom Chain Lightning. Like here you can actually get some real explosions, you know, they can be scaled and whatever. And this thing is probably about to get buffed. Like this other explosion from the Chain Lightning, like, what is it going to do? It's just some random 24k damage explosion. Nothing special about it. Good luck with the push. Isadora's got a chunky buff. Is that so? It's not mentioned. Oh, nice animation. Chain Lightning like a hit base is good. Chain Lightning like a hit base is pretty good, actually. This is my base skill for the Andariel Sorc, actually. So there's that. So that is actually kind of nice. We can definitely work with lucky hit here. Would you still run Andes or the new Chain Lightning? Nah, at this point, you know, the Chain Lightning is supposed to be the carry, right? And you also want, for example, the Shaco for the extra ranks and like the resource gen as well. Like the Shaco is very good for this build, actually, because the resource gen actually really matters compared to other builds. Like there's a lot of builds that don't even care about the resource gen and run Shaco anyway. Like on my Andes build, I have one rank Chain Lightning. It's just, you know, the carrier for the lucky hit and that's it. But here, this is the damage. Okay, I want to see how long this whole process takes.
I think we'll see what build a little special, I think, and unique compared to other resource builds based around resource. So I'd like to see it in action here. You'll
Andy Doombringer for 2 more Taratas back. Yeah, stick it to 5,
see
man.
what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high. See there? So then it explodes. So
we saw 10 rounds there, actually. Which is a bit surprising, but he might have run out of mana. Actually, no, he cannot run out of mana, right? Because they only drain 6 every time. He did not run out of mana here, because he didn't cast anything else.
But then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned. See it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high. See there? So then it explodes.
So it's 11.5 seconds.
Oh, do we have one where it casts a button?
Get these again.
Builds based around resource. So I'd like to see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high. See there? So then it explodes. So, oh wait.
Like, I'm only counting 10 times.
Builds based around resource. So I'd like to see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it. So you can see here, it circles you, goes and hits enemies, circles you, goes and hits enemies, and then it does a big explosion at the end that we've tuned the damage to be pretty high. See there?
I know, this was 11.
So,
okay, but I thought it would be 12 total. But I only got 11. It's 11, right? So why is it only 11 and not 12? When it returns, it drains 6 mana for you. After draining 6 mana. Like, it should not drain anything on the first cast, so it should be at 0, and then 6, and then 12, and then 18, and 24, and so on. So it should drain 11 times for a total of 12 rounds. Yeah, but the thing is that on 66, it still did bounces and then exploded. You see this?
Oh wait,
We saw the explosion, but after the chains.
At the end. So let's see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see what it looks like when you spam it.
3,
so you can see here, circles,
4,
you goes and hits enemies, circles,
5,
you goes and hits enemies, and then it does a
6,
big explosion at
7,
the end that we've tuned the damage
8,
to be pretty high.
9, 10, 11, boom.
See there? So then it explodes.
Like, I don't get it.
Oh, wait.
Why is it only blocking after 11? Like, he saw that they still does the chain and then does the boom. Yeah, it should be cast and 11 times drain, exactly. But for some reason it's only 11. Okay, let's do this. So let's see what happens when you have multiple casts.
Oh wait, do we have one where it casts a bunch of times? Maybe
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. So see here, you can see that, as you go, like, it'll keep going, and then explode a bunch of times. Another thing I want to point out is if you're hugging enemies at melee range, as it's circling you, it will also hit enemies.
I mean, that is actually a pretty big mechanic. That could be kind of nutty, actually. And like, if you actually get like multiple extra hits in every time it circles you, this is going to be pretty strong, I think. Because you can kind of get like 3 hits, right? So it depends on like how this works.
As you go, like,
how many times does it circle, actually?
Compared to other.
Let's see how long it circles.
Builds based around resources.
Like 1 circle, 2 circles.
Let's see it in action here. You'll see what one cast looks like, and then I think we'll see.
So it started here at the bottom.
What it looks.
And goes around, and then hits. And it starts here at the bottom again, and then goes around. So it seems like it's 1 circle every time. Can we make it slower?
You can see here.
It's kind of hard to tell where it starts. Like, it came back, and I think it seems to start on the right, basically, every time. Here does a circle. And then from the right, this is a full circle, it goes out again. Yeah. Comes back. And it starts again on the right. It's always on the right of the character. And it goes out again. So it's 1 circle. Gotta say, the chain lightning animation looks really cool. This circle actually started here more on the bottom. Like behind on the right, basically, of the character. And then it goes out here from the front right. So it actually did a bit more than 1 circle. How do you solve the viability now? I don't think it will. You wait for the patch. That will solve it. Yeah, I mean, you can still like rotate your barriers with protection and stuff like that, so that's how you have to do it. But yeah, no reliance on ice armor is a bit rough. So I would assume that you get 1 extra hit on average. I don't think that the chain lightning will hit like multiple times or something when it rotates around you, but if you are standing on the boss, you get 1 extra hit every time, which is actually kind of nice. There's actually a lot of extra hits. Like, say you do like, I don't know, 4 chain lightnings, then you will hit probably once per cycle, basically. So hit once, come back, hit again while it's circling. It's 2 hits. It goes out, it hits again, it comes back, it circles, it's 4 hits. It goes out, it hits, it comes back, it circles, it's 6 hits. And let's say you can sustain like 4 or 5 rounds per chain lightning. That would mean like 8 to 10 hits on the boss. Which is pretty decent. Not anywhere close enough to make it like a hundreds of millions of DPS build, I think. Maybe on Copium, guys. He does have Chain Lightning cast twice though, which is cool. And Chain Lightning ranks. Does look like a fun build enabler. I mean, there's one big advantage of this thing. If you want, you can use this to... I mean, first of all, get a lot of resources. It has an insane amount of resource generation. So you think that it drains the resources, which, I mean, is kind of heavy, but it also has insane amounts of resource generation. But also, you can just kind of like walk around. You know, you can do like one Chain Lightning cast and just walk around, and you have the Chain Lightning doing stuff. And that could be interesting, you know, for example, Andarius procs or something like that. So it just constantly hit stuff for 10 seconds or 11 seconds. Actually, almost 12 seconds here. So I have to do one cast like every 12 seconds. And you have like a Chain Lightning going off doing stuff all the time. So that is kind of big for that purpose. I think it's not good for boss damage. Well, the boss damage should definitely be higher than the typical like AoE damage of this. Because typical AoE damage, like the Chain Lightning spreads out between all the targets and stuff like that. And on the boss, you definitely get a lot more hits than before. So on my current Chain Lightning build, I am getting like 3 hits on average on a boss. And here it looks more like you're gonna get like, I don't know, 8, 10 or so on average on the boss. So it's like already more than double the hits on a boss. Although, is that still true when you have, let's say, 4 Chain Lightnings out, right? 1 CL. So... single target. 2 CL. Single target. 3 CL. Single target. 4 CL. Single target, 5 CL. So how can we calculate this? So you have 11. Okay, we have 1 initial hit. We have 11 rounds. For some reason it's 11, not 12, so I'm not sure why. So 11 rounds. This means 1 hit, come back, 1 circle, go out. So this means 11 hits, 11 circles, total 22. Something like that, I guess. It's trips. Let's just call it trips. Something like this, maybe? Plus damage. Calc. Okay, now if you have 2, it drains. Mana drain. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. So if you have 12 mana drain, it should be basically 5 times drain, and on a 6th time it will expire. So here we only had 11 instead of 12 trips as I expected. So it might be that if it drains above the 66 cap, it will just go the last time. Maybe. So I guess you have to like do the basically minus 1, right? So here we're gonna have only 6 trips, I guess, right? Is that correct? It goes out and then 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. I guess it's 6. But I get 12 hits. hits per CL. Total hits. Something like that, I guess. It's always 11 trips. -6 mana is after 11 trips. No, the more chain lightnings you have, the more it drains. It drains 6 mana per chain lightning that's in play. Yeah, for each active chain lightning it drains 6 mana. So if you spam it, or if you get double cast, then you will not get these 11 trips. You get probably 6 in this case. You already cut it in half, basically. So you actually get to the point where you don't want to spend chain lightning at all, basically, it seems to me. Look at this. So I don't think this is really an advantage to like spamming chain lightning so much. Because the main problem is not just that it drains you a lot of mana. The bigger problem is that each chain lightning just has a shorter lifetime, right? So it's not really an advantage to spamming it, I think. Not a huge one, at least. I can see this here again. So here we have, you know, 0 drain at the first cast. And then we have 18, 36, 54, and then we are over 66. So this might be just 4 trips here. 4 hits, 4 circles. Eight. So that seems to be like the same amount of hits. If it works the way I think it does. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have infinite mana. The problem is not having infinite mana. The problem is that the chain lightnings disappear faster the more you have. It doesn't matter how much mana you have. You can have infinite mana, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't seem like the total hits actually really goes up. That's the thing. I mean, there might be something that we don't know here. But at least based on this, like I basically take up -1. It might be different when there is actually an extra hit here on the last trip. So what happens when, for example, I have at 60 total drain, and then it comes back and it drains another 6, and then goes out again, when it would otherwise drain, for example, 12, right? If it like here, this example, like if I have 2 chain lightnings out, it will drain 12 every time. It can drain it 5 times, I'll be at 60 total. And then there's 6 left before it explodes, right? Does it come back, drain 6, and go out again? So that would be kind of nice here. Hello. Yeah. Oh, thank you. No. Maybe. Let's make bleed take for 100 billion. Also make sure that Shandarian can do at least pit 22. Yeah. How much is the explosion damage? I think the explosion damage is irrelevant. Like, forget about the explosion. Two-handed weapons do have main stat on it, by the way. So now front-siding by itself costs 30 mana and another 66, so basically 100 mana. I don't think it will be that hard to solve the mana here. Yeah, you can have a lot of resource generation. You can have some, let's say, 100% extra resource generation. You can go with charging aspect. You can get like 9 mana per bounce if you put it on a neck. Like, it's not hard to solve your resources with this. You can easily spam the chain lightnings. The problem is that the chain lightnings disappear faster the more you have of them. And you're gonna have the same thing here. We have 24 mana drain. So we have 1 cast, and then 24, 48, and that's it. It will come back and we'll go over to 66. So I guess we could say optimistically that spamming chain lightnings does actually give you this extra trip at the end. For some reason this doesn't check out with only 1 chain lightning, but maybe we didn't really learn. We can maybe try to see this other clip here where they are doing multiple casts. So that's, it's gonna be very hard to see, but maybe we can check. So here's one. It says count the total amounts of circles. So this will tell us how many trips. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's hard to say, man. 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So this was 15 circles, if I counted this correctly, with 4 casts. Like, that's not much more than just casting one chain lightning, which has 11 circles. You know, that's what I mean. $270 to 570% is explosion damage. Isn't that quite a lot of damage? Not really. I mean, X-Files exists, and no one cares about X-Files. And X-Files has double of that, so... Thanks, Suchtbolzen, for the prime, by the way. It's just that mana has always been an afterthought for me. Yeah, it's not hard to solve mana on a Sorc. This is why no Sorc runs with basic attacks and stuff like that, right? That's not the problem. It's just craft Starter Skies. I mean, Starter Skies will also not help you here. It will just make the base cast cost less. I mean, it's still a pretty good item. Maybe you're even gonna run it. But probably not, actually. Because since you may want to have a resource aspect, but maybe you can even get away without a resource aspect. Should see 1 explosion every 0.5 seconds. Well, if you cast it 2 times. I mean, okay, to be fair, compared to something like X-Files, you can spam the explosion a lot, right? Basically, as long as you can sustain the mana, every chain lightning that you cast will result in an explosion. This is unlike like X-Files that, you know, may or may not proc when you actually put a dot on a target, and let's say you get like, I don't know, 1 X-Files proc every 3 seconds on average, or whatever, right? I don't know what build it would actually use. So I guess the explosion damage is not that insignificant if you manage to get it every single time. The question is, do you? I guess you can. But even so, like, this explosion will not even hit for like... I'd be kind of surprised to see even like 2 or 3 million from this, from an explosion. Which I guess does help with the AoE clear, because it actually hits like, you know, a bunch of stuff for like, you know, a few million, for example. If you really stack it up. They wanted to block the explosion for bosses killing large packs quickly. I mean, the explosion definitely does not seem strong enough to have significant boss damage. And I think they definitely want you to still spam your chain lightnings if you can, right? You want to get to the point where you have enough resources, so you spam it and you get the explosion every time, you get the chains every time. But maybe there might be a way to like not care about the explosion. The explosion definitely will help with clear, because one of the downsides of chain lightning is the clear. So getting those explosions could be really helpful there. Like, at least by design, chain lightning works relatively well against bosses. But it does seem like the hits does not really go up very much. And the more chain lightnings you have, the less you'll get mana back as well, right? From recharging aspect. $24, $48. And then we are over the 66 cap, right? Yes, so we got 72. So only get 3 trips. 3 hits, 3 circles. 6. It remains the same total amount of hits, basically. If that works the way I think. And here, I guess here's the same. 3 hits. 3, 3. 6. 30. So now we have 5 chain lightnings, it's more. So this is 36. So it's 2 trips. So something like that. Maybe they add increased chain lightning projectile speed to the tempering stat in season 5. Nah. There's a cap of maximum 3 chains. Wait, what? There's no cap. This is only... I mean this here, the 3 enemies. It does not seem like the other chain lightning aspects are useless. We saw some chain lightning here doing like 7 bounces or something like that. So it seems like Unbroken Tether can still proc. And it may actually have a chance to proc every single time it goes out. Which I guess is kind of like coded to be like some fake cast basically. So I guess it's like procs like once per trip. Or has a chance to proc once per trip. Because I think on one of his casts he actually procced twice. You can see that again. Let's look. Yeah, this is a lot of hits. There's also a lot of hits. So it procs at least 2 times here, the Unbroken Tether. You want to offer free to many carries for the community? No, I don't care. Go ahead. Could probably also do it on Discord. That's probably like easier to find people. What happens in to the damage that you take in 1.5 seconds in between you losing Dark Shroud? It will just be reduced by the amount of Dark Shrouds that you have currently. You just can't lose the Dark Shrouds. Elemental Surge has a different damage formula than X-Files Wing. Well, Elemental Surge has a flat value that doesn't scale in any way. And X-Files scales with your weapon damage like basically any other proc in the game, no? Don't let him lose CDR from focuses. Resist. Frosty Strides hits for 1 to 2 million, has a base damage of 9k. And they did nerf Frosty Strides, so that's the hits for like 2 million. That sounds a surprisingly high number though. The new boots at the fire explosion. First thing that came to mind is the Meteor Sorc. It's not a small amount, I guess, but also not crazy. 12,000 fire damage. And you cast a skill for cooldown, you explode. It definitely has synergy with Meteor build. It has cooldown, which is really good for Meteor build as well. But effectively, just get a cooldown back that you lost on the focus and a little bit more than that. So Meteor sounds like it's still going to be a build that is like barely playable unless you have insane gear. But it does help a little bit with that, I guess. And yeah, then you get these fire explosions. They definitely seem kind of made for Meteor. They also have non-physical damage, which helps a lot with scaling the Frigid Fate board, for example, on a fire build. Where it's kind of hard to stack enough cold damage to get that. CDR on boots, OP. Yeah. It's definitely an item that was needed for Meteor, I'd say. And it's also not really an interesting boots aspect, I guess, that you would care about. Besides going Azusialum or something, but they already have a lot of crit chance, I guess. So this could be interesting here. Because once you have the full Exodia, then you will cast the Meteor like basically every second or so. So 1 cooldown skill per second, maybe more when you press Ice Armor and whatever stuff. I wonder if there's other boots, other builds that would spam cooldowns enough for this to be relevant. but unlikely, I think. Okay, you can get CDs back. Yeah, on Meteor build, your base Meteor cooldown is 6 seconds, and then you have, I don't know, let's say roughly 50% CDR, maybe a bit more if you have like really good gear. I mean, the helm has, okay, let's see. 7, let's masterwork this. So it goes to 10. Okay, let's say something like this. Maybe. Now, this does no longer exist. Something like this. Okay, so we have 0.815. 0.815. Let's say you don't really want to hit this, so that's 0.9. And then we have times 0.815 again. Yeah, so you're gonna have something like around 50-ish cooldown on a relatively good character. And there's also Tarasha ring, I guess. And there's also X-Files ring, I guess, if you really want. Since they're already scaling like random explosion damage. Okay, let's say like optimistically, something like this. Maybe one of the greater. So let's say times 0.87 and then times 0.85 or so. Okay, I can actually get to quite a lot of cooldown here. Can I have 64? So this would lead the Meteor to have like roughly 2.2 seconds. There's already pretty good gear. And I added the boots as well already, I think. Did I? So this is amulet, offhand, helm, boots, ring. Okay, yeah, 2.2 seconds or so roughly. Yeah, so like true endgame Sorcs that have like, you know, ice plates enchant out, you can get to the point where you can kind of like just spam Meteor, probably even faster than once per second, with 6 ice plates out. You get 20% of the cooldown reduction to your other skills. It's 0.5, so it's like 0.1 per hit. So if 6 ice plates hit once, you get minus 0.6 seconds. So they all have to hit twice within roughly 1 second to get 1 Meteor every 1.2 seconds. Or every 1 second or so. Now the advantage here is also you get a lot of protection procs. So you always have barrier basically, unless you get like really big hits. So this is kind of like an advantage here for this build. Don't really care that much about the ice armor nerf, for example. But the problem is like Meteor is just like not really that powerful. And it needs ridiculous gear to even function. Like I actually tried it this season and it was abysmal. And I had pretty good gear already. Like you need insane cooldown reduction for this to even work basically, which is the problem. And the boots will help side with that. But then you have the cooldown nerf here, so... But yeah. You know, if you do something like this, so double hits everywhere, even on the amulet where you could have like, you know, passives and stuff. And here you don't really want to hit it, I guess. But what's the difference? This is 6, 5, 5. So you could do something like this and this, for example. Give up one of the Meteor ranks, get a bit more cooldown. How's this? If you get a greater. But I mean, this is like, you know, kind of like, you're not going to get that, right? So let's do this and this, for example. Because you need to have the 6 seconds here. This is like the most important thing. Something like that is like relatively realistic, I guess. Boots for Meteor, Sorc boots have ranks to Meteor. True. But you already have a lot of ranks anyway. You have a bunch on the helm, you have the core skill ranks here. You're gonna have a lot of ranks. It's not that important to go for boots with Meteor ranks. It might be actually. Let's see. Core. Okay, let's say something pretty good. Something like that. 6 ranks, that's kind of big. And here you can have another 8 ranks, right? Meteor. So let's say something like this. 7. It's not perfect, but let's say something like this. So this is 18 ranks. And if you don't have those 7, okay, it's actually kind of big. You probably want that. It's a 33% increase. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, how much damage can this do? 12,000. This non-physical is pretty helpful. This probably gives you a bit of a benefit. The cooldown is nice, but you also lose, for example, int on your boots, life on your boots, or something like that. Int, movement, and meteor ranks is probably what you're gonna have. You also lose an aspect. Not sure what that will be though. Nothing too important. So ranks are greater than everything else. I mean, when you have 20 ranks already, not necessarily actually. And it can still be better, right? So if you really want, this can be this, this can be this, and then we have 15. We go to 23. That's still 32 improvement. It's quite a lot of damage loss. It's like a full legendary aspect basically if you don't have boots. Kinda need to go for boots. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that the damage gain of actually being able to spam your Meteor, and also the survivability gain of that, is insane. And every little bit of cooldown that you have gets you closer to that, like, you know, critical mass basically. You need to reach a critical mass of cooldown where the build starts working. And if you don't, then the build sucks. That's the problem. So cooldown is such a hyper-scaling stat on Meteor build that you might want to go for these boots over Meteor boots. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. At the very least, it will be like more of an entry-level item. Maybe it's possible to still make the setup work with normal boots. But at least those boots here can help you to actually make the build function until you have insane gear. Like, I played Meteor this season with like pretty decent gear, and I had no chance of making it work properly. Like, not at all. It was really bad. I could cast like 1 Meteor every 2.5 seconds maybe. And I already had like, you know, Masterwork stuff. I had some greater Apex. I had like, I think 2 items of greater Apex cooldown. I had a 6.5 seconds helm. I Masterwork that shit. Like, it was terrible. Yeah, Meteor Fireball is more playable because I actually have something to do while waiting, right? But Meteor Fireball, like, in 2024, when you don't have Fireball cast twice and Meteor size together, for example, I mean, what are you gonna do? The Fireball is just gonna tickle stuff. Yeah, I think the main problem really is that this is just way too long of a base cooldown, 6 seconds. Like, if you want to play a Meteor build that actually functions of spamming a cooldown as much as possible, like, it's just so hard to even get to a point where this works. Like, anything that's not a 6.0 roll is basically trash. It goes all the way up to 11. Now, there is a bit of hope here when they rework the uniques, right? They might actually give this like a better range. Maybe it goes all the way down to like, I don't know, 4 seconds or something, or 3 seconds, right? Because they said they're gonna extend the RNG range here of the uniques to give them like a better top end. So yeah, maybe this goes down to like 3 seconds, for example, and then suddenly Meteor becomes a lot more playable. If you have like a 3 second base cooldown and like 50 CDR, then it's like, you know, 1.5 seconds cooldown. And this is very easy to reach. You might even get to the point where you don't even need shit like X-Files ring anymore. And suddenly this is actually a build. So yeah, who knows, maybe they're gonna do something there. Remember Nova did 200 pits of Meteor doing the PTR. Dude, everyone did 200 pit in the PTR. Pit 200 on a PTR is probably like, I don't know, pit 100 now or something. Maybe less. Like even Flurry did pit 200 if you try it. It's easier to forget the helm and play around the mana cost. Yeah, I was actually considering this for a little bit. To just not play the helm and then just like spam Meteor, but I mean, what are you doing with your life, right? You go from like 3 to 4 average hits to 1. And in the endgame version of Meteor, you don't even have necessarily less cast speed. Maybe a little bit. Because they have so short cooldown, you can just kind of like spam it all the time. So, yeah, you're gonna lose like at least 2/3 of your damage, I'd say, not running the helm. And then, okay, maybe get like a little bit back from not going all in on cooldown everywhere. But I guess the end result is at least half your damage lost. And you also lose stuff like protection aspect, right? Like this guy kind of the ways that this actually works is that he just have a cooldown all the time, and you get protection every single time you cast Meteor, right? You get insane amount of defense on this. And you kind of want that, because you want to stand there, face tank shit in the Meteors. You need this. Have you discussed the Barb build? That's not really that much to do, but we're gonna do a Kratos rework, I guess. I have tried the sorcerer's build. It's actually pretty solid. For Sorc standards. Starfall Coronal with cooldown was a mistake. Yeah, maybe they're gonna completely rework it and remove the cooldown as well. Why not? I mean, I guess the idea was that you don't play a pure Meteor build, right? And for example, when I made my original setup when it came out, Season 2, I think, I actually wanted to play it as a Fireball spam and then Meteor whenever it's ready. You know, so you have a kind of combo there, similar to like Flurry RF or, you know, Pen RF or something. You just press Meteor when it's done, when it's ready, and you have like a burst, you know, boom. And otherwise you can kind of scale the same shit, right? You have like mostly overlapping legendary aspects and paragons and everything to actually make such a combo work. But now we have tempers, and now it's like, yeah, well, why would you do that, right? At least in the past there was a bit of a reason to do it. But now you need Fireball casts twice, you also need the Fireball gloves, and you also need Meteor size. So it's like a struggle. Hyder can have 12 heads on paper. It might even be 16 heads, depending on how optimistically we think about it. Which sounds kind of funny. Hydra sounds like it could be a thing. Okay, so I'm not really sure what to think about this chain lightning stuff. But I think I'm gonna start making a plan on. Let's try. So, I don't know, let's just put a recharging here. Before we think too hard about it, let's just make a setup that we can build on the PTR. And see what happens. I guess we do a Tarasha loop. Shaco, Copium. We have to find a plan B without Shaco. But Shaco is going to be very useful for this, to be fair. What is the new want thing now? Actually? I close the pictures. Ah, perfect. I clicked on a random one. Okay. 47. Got it. Wand is vulnerable damage. And dagger is close damage. And sword. You can now use swords. It's crit damage. Can you also use maces? Yes. That's overpower. Why did it give them maces? So I guess we go crit. Go sword. I guess it doesn't really matter. We can't even put it in the plan right now, so there we go. The extra 4 ranks of poison imbuement and the twisting blade splits are a shaker. Let's not go Star Skies here, so let's do this. Okay, recharging here. Pants here. So chain lightning ranks. So crit. I guess you don't care about attack speed actually. So it'll probably just be like life or int or something. And then I guess you want to do mana per second. Actually, maybe not. Maybe we just rely entirely on recharging aspect. So some armor. Cooldown is always nice. And life. Armor. And life. Movement. And life. Maybe we need the extra armor, but we're gonna have like 3 skulls, might be fine. Now we are making stuff vulnerable all the time. But are we critting like 80% of the time? Probably not. So I guess vulnerable it is. Cooldown, crit. Is there resource generation here? There's chance to generate primary resource. Now, is that going to be good enough? 5% chance. Now, how many lucky hits do we expect from one chain lightning? 6. 150. 200. So trigger like once every 10 chain lightning casts. When you have like 4 on average. That seems awful. Holy shit. So I guess you just put int. Now we definitely want to have resource temper. Do crits and maybe life actually. Probably some life here. This is gonna be a melee build. Then that's the cooldown. Glass cannon, copium. Is it like a good lightning passive actually? Not really, right? No. I don't think there's actually any of them that even can go on the amulet. So it's basically just glass cannon and like maybe Hoarfrost or something. But Hoarfrost doesn't help you much against boss. Maybe put Hoarfrost anyway. Devouring Blaze. Okay, I forgot about this one actually. True. So we want to do this. Okay, we do this. I guess it's gonna be a typical like Firebolt enchant. So what did I do exactly with the Chain Lightning enchant? 4 seconds cooldown. No longer takes mana or sends out Chain Lightning, so the instance of mana drains is from an auto cast skill. So what does that mean? Like Chain Lightning enchant, it still tracks the mana, but it doesn't release it until after 4 seconds? So like, how does that work? Or does it just not even track the mana? Maybe you don't go Chain Lightning enchant actually. It sounds kinda yikes. Did we go for Crackle? We could try Crackle, but we can also try to just make it work like this. Yo, still dagger, thanks man. Swords can be used by every class, yes. Fun fact, Mystical Flame Shield still gives you 25% mana cost reduction. As a hidden effect. They never removed that after they changed this. Did we come out like a hit? I'm not sure. I guess you want to do Conjuration Master of Lightning Spear stuff, but we'll see. Do we go Veers? Or Overflowing? Good question. Critical strikes of shock skills have a chance to form cracking energy. 15% chance, lucky hits. So this will be like one crackle every... That's probably more like 2 crackles per chain lightning or so, I guess. And this is not even counting this here. You have 9 points left. And I guess, as always, I want an ice plates. So I'm gonna do a pretty classic setup here. And I think I might actually go ice blades enchant over chain lightning enchant if you ask me. Because with a 4 seconds cooldown, that seems terrible. And it potentially doesn't even give us any benefit either. Looking at this. So I think it's gonna do an ice blaze enchant and that's it. So easy. We need Devouring Blaze, yeah. Mana Regeneration does work, it's the same as it was Resource Generation. No, Mana Regeneration is flat. And this gets buffed by... Also, I realized I put stats on this thing, maybe we cannot have stats here. Mana Regeneration is like, you know, you have 8 base per second or 10 base per second as a Sorc. I think it's 10. And then this gets multiplied by your Resource Generation. So... But most of it will come from recharging here anyway. So let's just go with that. Like with a Shaco, how much resource generation are you gonna have? Say 20 from the Shaco, 20 from the ring. How much do the pants have? They have 32.5. Oops. So this is 47 without any masterwork crits. Let's say like one masterwork crit. 55. So it's like 1.2 times 1.2 times 1.55. That's a lot. So here I would actually regen more than 40 per second already. I'm sure we're gonna go for the crackle stuff, but maybe. Also want to bear duration. Oof, I guess you're... I hope you enjoy your 14 seconds teleport cooldown, by the way, because I don't have points for more. You have a bit of cooldown, though. Yeah, so this is kind of the setup right now. I do more damage, stacking crit damage without doing a crit and stacking vulnerable on Flay Barb. It's because of gushing wounds being busted. Okay, we do Shredding Blades, we do Storm Swell, we do Conceited, and then we have one extra aspect where we certainly don't want extra... We probably have to do something like Retribution actually, since it's... So it looks like it's still gonna double dip. So we don't do any chain lightning aspect, is that correct? Maybe we want Unbroken Tether anyway, 40% chance to chain 5 additional times. The question is, does that actually work on the single target? It doesn't seem that way. I think this will do nothing on a single target. Because it only seeks one guy, comes back, seeks one guy, comes back. I imagine, at least. Maybe not, maybe it's still good, but I don't know. I can try it, I guess. We probably want to do this, yeah, right? Elementalist is kinda nice to get our 100% crit. We have 30 right now. So I probably want to do this. Something like that, I guess. Here's some feedback after getting back into the game. Barbarian is very fun to play and Rogue is the worst to play. Yeah, if you're like a me smash smork enjoyer, then that is actually an accurate statement. Glad you're enjoying the Barb. Okay, so we want Frigid. We want... No. 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 This one. And I guess we want this for the buff. We put a reinforced here. Hi, Pattern. Have I considered the new event as 3 bosses and unique seeks 3 enemies? I have not. But you still care about single target damage more than anything in this game, I think. But yeah, I guess it does help slightly with something like that. The question is, how relevant will that be? Like, it seems like the new event definitely camps out earlier than the pit. So, probably not really too relevant here. Something like this here. I'm not sure if we need more willpower, we'll see. I guess you want to do exploit. You want to do maybe tactician. You want to do maybe flame feeder. You want to do maybe control. Maybe you can do charged as well. Charged is not a terrible glyph to have. Where is it? It's 15 after picking up crackling energy. It doesn't have any primary effect really that matters. And destruction is also nice. Lots of dex glyph, right? How's this? Kind of interesting. Maybe remove that. And for an include, it's actually pretty efficient pathing here. Don't need that anyway. Kind of like putting an include there if you can. That's a will. I guess I have to start putting dex glyphs as much as possible. You also probably want the maximum mana. Probably want this here as well. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah. I don't like it. Two, 4, 6, 7. I can do this. We still have a lot of points. We can at least add 3 more glyphs, I think. Now, Channel Master has a bunch of non-fizz that you want to grab, and there's life here, I guess. Should get that. Maybe not this. Oof. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Maybe do this actually, so we can kind of skip going down. It depends on how much rest we will have. Maybe we're gonna have enough. There's a res. There's life and mana, so it's kind of nice. Can do this. Kind of awful pathing. This is maximum mana and life though, which is kind of nice. So we still have a path out here. I think we want to cut this. We move this over here. We still have a path out here, so we can do something like this. This has a chill stuff. So I can do control or flame feeder. Could do flame feeder. We also have enchanted that I did not pick right now, which may be a problem. There's also unleash actually. Unleash has been buffed. I should maybe run unleash actually. I think about it. But I need a board that has good magic nodes. So just for example, the mana region might be actually helpful here. And maybe we can change this. How about this? This needs a lot of int though. Something like that. It's also a res. We already have enough res, I think, because we have this. We're already 10 overcapped on res. This is maybe a bit overkill. We have 10 points left. We still need to put flame feeder and maybe exploit somewhere. This is 4 nodes. Maybe with Shaker we're gonna get this. This, and it doesn't really matter, I guess. Also, I put a tactician glyph here, and we buff something I really don't want to buff anyway. Is there something better I could buff? We don't have any rare nodes here. What's alive? Terrible. This is already buffing rare. This is buffing magic. This is buffing the elemental stuff here. We have 187. So you kind of want stuff like this here as well. If you can. Don't have enchanter glyph. And there's like some optimizations we can do here. It's also kind of sad here. Maybe don't want to puff out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not that bad though. Can probably remove the decks. Get a non-fizz. You get as much as possible there. So which glyph do we not have? We do not have control, which is okay. We do not have territorial, which I don't like. We don't have enchanter, which kind of like scuffs up our furtive fate. We don't have exploit. We don't have a lot of glyphs actually. So maybe we're gonna drop the charged and go for exploit. I wonder how this would look like. Let's just see what happens if we do this. Then we have to go up there, man. Holy. So we would actually have to path this differently somewhere. And we have only 4 points, so we have to like cut something. Something like this here, basically. +1 for a gate. So I have to get 3 points somewhere else if you want to do this. I mean, this is something to get started, I guess, for now. We do have a bit of crackle. This might not be enough, though. So we do this, maybe. They have to find a crackle and have to pick up 1 every 5 seconds. But the advantage is we don't have to stack exploit glyph on every target. Because this is... dealing damage to a vulnerable enemy. Increase your damage by 1% every 6 seconds. Okay. So it's not per enemy, actually. You don't have to stack it per enemy. That is kind of nice. So maybe don't do the charge stuff, but we'll see. We also always have cold and lightning and fire up, so Elementalist Glyph is pretty good. I guess you want to keep that. Non-physical damage is up here. I'd really like to get this, but this is very far. 2, 4, 6, 8. It'd be really nice to pick this. How much is this? Now we have cold 236. This is 200. So the additive here is like 3% damage maybe. And then another 3 here. So this is relatively good. Relatively efficient. Maybe we're gonna drop a glyph and a board. Like for example, drop Flame Feeder. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 14, 15. Roughly 20 points. I could pick up some other stuff. This might actually be worth it. I'm doing a chain lightning build right now. Is any build strong for the rogue now? Many builds actually. Gonna be very strong for rogue. Let's see what this looks like if we do this. Just made a new variant. We have a path out here that I don't really care too much about, to be honest. Since you already wanna delete this one. Now we have 5 points left over. It's actually not much. I said like another long path we can delete. 2, 4, 5. This has 7 here, right? So I probably want to delete this one. So something like that. Move this here. We have 8 points. Maybe we can make something work if we actually put the thing back here. 9 points over. It's the same 6 points here and here. Yeah, there's a lot of points now that I'm missing though. So first of all, we can move this one. We also have too much decks here. Also have way too much res. We're 20% overcapped on res. Way too much. Can I remove res here, for example? Not really here, I think. Let's go this. But then we don't have access to this. Which sounds kind of funny. I'm missing the int now though. I need that. So that doesn't actually really change anything. Could remove those two. But then we kind of lose a bit of an advantage here that we had. Can remove that. Ugh. It's conservation damage, man. I don't have 3 points anymore. I'm stuck. So I have to remove this. And this kind of like eats into the entire benefit I was just about to get here. Which is very sad. Now we have 209 cold. Instead of 201. So what did we really gain? What did we drop actually? Not really much. I just rearranged this. Because I have like the same board again with the same flame feeder there. I'm just gonna go with this basically. It's good enough to get started. We can like still min-max this later, I guess, and to see. Let's just say this is our build here for now. There's not 50 uniques coming in Season 5. There's 50 uniques and legendaries combined coming. I don't think that Sorc is in a good spot, balance or design-wise. Like they have like the same problem with, you know, cooldown stuff, with ice blades and like all the defensive skills every single time. They don't really have like any kind of like interaction between different elements. There's no key passive that allows you to combine 2 different elements. Maybe Shatter, but Shatter is both bugged and not really great to play with. It has severe boss damage issues because you need Stagger to kill bosses. I mean, this build is actually kind of like boss resistant, I guess, because we only have Hoarfrost. I don't have Control Glyph. I don't really have like a lot of synergies with Stagger right now, so it might be okay on this setup here. But yeah, in general, it's kind of like, yeah. Let's do Conjuration thing, and let's do Ever Living thing. And I have no idea what to do here actually on our boots. I guess just do like Bounding Carnage or something. Shared Misery is probably not required. Concussive Strikes. You could do concussive strikes if you want. So something like this, I suppose. I'm not gonna do the masterworking stuff and so on. So that's just this our build for now. How's the armor? Put skulls. We're at 8.3. Okay, you can do this with just like one armor roll basically if you want on a chest or something. How much life are we gonna have? It's gonna assume we're not gonna have masterworking much for the start, right? So 26k. Sure, I guess. Another thing, Involen skills really hurt the top end Sorc builds. Yes, but I mean, this is like a change that I hope everyone agrees with needed to happen. So that is not a problem. Guess it's time to make a season 5 section, guys. Well, I guess you move to season 4 stuff up here. Okay, there goes a column. I'm gonna put this into YouTube as well in the description. Where do we put it? Season 5 builds. Okay. Yeah, I think we're kind of on copium about the chain lightning stuff. We'll see how it works. It depends a bit on the exact mechanics. But looking at Marv, chain lightning might not be buffed enough to really matter that much. It might be a good build, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be the best build. Firebolt might still be stronger, or Frozen Orb. I do have a TLDR video, but I can't fire. Hello, freak. I think it's because you have a different order of your boards. Every board you add needs more stats. Nah, we're not gonna combine this with Andariel's. This is a real chain lightning build now. It's not like, you know, some chain lightning just to proc Andariel's setup. No Andariel's here. In fact, this benefits a lot from having the Harlequin. So I think what is going to be interesting to do is a flurry build. Let's do flurry. Now, flurry doesn't really change in any big way, like, right? But it can consider something like a preparation flurry build. I wonder if that's something that we might want to do. Also get flurry size now. Okay, which of the upgrades do we choose? Advanced flurry. Successive cast increase flurry by 15%. Casting flurry dashes to the target and heals you. So we have become werewolf now, basically. But you want advanced flurry. Maybe you're gonna start with a traditional puncture close quarter setup. Thanks, Mosey. Appreciate this up. Okay, we also have to check what dashes do we want. Enhanced dash is a crit chance. Disciplined dash is the knockdown. And methodical dash is the one charge at -2 seconds. Now the knockdown is kinda helpful. You like dash into a pack and kapow. Maybe we want to do that actually. This might be pretty good for like a melee build. It's disciplined dash. Which is kind of strange. Why is disciplined the one that knocks down, and the methodical that is kind of like, you know, like you time it and you go in the right position and then hit the right guys. Why is this the one the charge, replenishment, and the knockdown? Like just from the naming convention, it seems kind of backwards. Now, what has happened with concussive? Rename to unstable elixirs. Using a health potion stuns enemies for 2 seconds. Increase your damage for... Does it actually stun for 6 seconds? I wonder if you... That would be kind of nutty. You walk in, you press health potion. I don't know. What about trick attacks? Dude, everything changed here. Dazing or stunning enemy increase the crit chance and crit damage. Well, I guess we go for that. What about rapid gambits? Evading for an enemy dazes them, your evade cooldown is reduced. Let's do 1. Okay. We don't want agile. Now, do we want smoke grenades? Do we want poison trap? Oh boy. Okay, we want a lot of stuff. We definitely want caltrops. Because now we have 3 weapons to put caltrops duration on. I don't really like that they nerfed the vulnerable spread on flurry. What do we put now here? Wait a minute. I guess crowd. We're gonna do close quarters, I guess. And this is gonna be like a flurry thing, and then this is gonna be like a normal thing. 6 damage over time. 5. So it's gonna be a new flurry aspect. What does that do again? Deals first and damage, has a 20% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds of each hit. It's pretty nutty actually. So that goes there. Now you would like maybe a Stardust even, but not for now. Do accelerating. We need a corruption. I guess that goes here. 30% damage. I need to put this on the neck actually. But then there's retribution. I mean, the retribution bug might be fixed anyway. So let's put the new thing here. So like movement, crit. Which passive do we actually want for this? I guess just fridge it. You could actually temper flurry size on her neck if I really wanted, which is kind of funny. Do armor dex live, we can do a might aspect. I guess we go for Noxious Eyes. I'm gonna have to do this. I guess we want to freeze here. How big are these flurry size tempers? 22.5. So without masterworking, we actually need like 4 of them to hit the maximum, which is a lot. With masterworking, with 1 crit, we still need 3 of them. I guess you might go for 2 and then like 2 freeze, 1 immobilize or something. Something like that, maybe. So do we go for Shadow Step? They also massively buffed Shadow Step. But I mean, now we have Smoke Grenade we can put on bosses. Which of those do we take? Enhanced Smoke Grenade. Hitting in boss or lead enemy. Reduce the cooldown. So you want countering. So you do this and you have 1 more, and I guess this might just be the poison trap, honestly. It's another 15%. Ah shit, wait a minute, we can't actually do that, we need to poison imbue too. So that's unfortunate. So no poison trap for us. We do this. Probably want a bit of innovation. Close quarter. Has Trap Mastery been changed? No. Aftermath has been changed though. While an ultimate skill is on your bar. Whatever. Thanks, Vic, for Prime. You had 138 with Flurry and Dial. Ah, that seems pretty good. I mean, I don't expect it to push as high as Heartseeker. But you know. 138 is very high. Let's put it here already. While we're at it. Hopefully it works with the inbuilt dash. I guess it's gonna be very similar to what Shred does. So you just click on a target and then you fly to the target. And this is also what they mentioned, so I would expect this to just work that way. I wonder if you need energy regen. Probably not though. We have 8 per second. Let's do like, say we do like 1 flurry per second with 3 combo points. Costs 25. How much do we gain back? We get like 1 proc from our punctures. And then we get like half a proc from our flurry. We might be okay. We need a bursting venoms here. We could do Inacom, we could do Rapid. We could also do Pestilent Points. I think it might have to go Pestilent Points for consistency. To make sure we get those procs. We have 1 more. So you can still do Rapid here if you want. But I think you might want to do this raw damage here, Retribution for example. Okay, how often can we trigger the new alchemical advantage? Dealing poison damage increases your attack speed and lucky hit. So that's very good. You want that. What about this? Second wind. Every 100 energy you spend grants 15% maximum life as barrier for 3 seconds. So it's 45% barrier every 100 energy. So it's every 4 flurries without any resource cost reduction. So roughly once every 4 seconds or so. It's not terrible. Maybe we can fit it in. Yes, precision when we also need this here. Also... Ah, wait a minute. Alchemist Fortune and this is different. Alchemist... Is that reach? Alchemist Fortune is not changed. So this is just like an upgraded version of this, basically. That's kind of wild, actually. Can we get 1 point for this? Okay, how do we survive here? We need numbers. We could do enshrouding if you want. Enshrouding has become a really good aspect sometime. You also get 1 potion every time you use 1 dark shot for every potion, right? Using healing potion makes a free dark shroud shadow. Who chose this word? Okay. Something like that. And I guess you just have like a lightning temper and a shadow temper, and the rest we do here. We do like fire, poison, and then here we do like flurry size and I don't know, flurry healing, huh? That's siphoning strikes, but I think it's gonna go for dodge. We should have plenty of healing. Do crowd. Dex. Live. Dot. Could also do amethysts, yeah, to be honest. But I probably want to play this with an exploit glyph and just kind of like make everything vulnerable all the time, so I think vulnerable gems are probably the way. It's like slightly more additive, not very much. Okay. You can do crits. You can do a bit of like a hit maybe. You can also do a bit of life. Maybe a bit of dex. You're gonna have a lot of attack speed. We don't really want to put attack speed here, I think. Then we do crowds. And I guess you can do agility cooldown. Now you're on the poison imbue stuff. On poison imbue casts. Crowds. Poison imbue casts. And I guess here as well. Crowds. Poison imbue casts. So that should make it very consistent. Just upgrading this is going to be like +9 already. Going to have 11 poison imbue casts. In fact, we won't need bursting venoms all passive in points for that. And as realized, we're going to have way more than we need. So we don't need to do this. We can place like the original Twisting Blade spell. We can do an Inner Calm here. And we can do... There's a Moonrise there. We can do Elements. We can do Retribution. Do I have Retribution in the setup currently? I don't think I do, but we can use it. We actually have it. We do Elements anyway, or Conceited actually. We could actually have kind of... If we spend enough energy, we could go Conceited. I think we're gonna run into some slight energy issues. 8.3. So maybe we're gonna do an energy per second here. Non-Uber build. Yeah, I wish you a lot of luck finding Ubers on the PTR. So, well, I guess you can copy characters now, so I guess you can try them. I wonder if you're also gonna copy our stash. Iconics. The change to losing Dark Shards max once every 0.5 seconds means this has a permanent full Dark Shard stacks while you have Amber's aspect on your rogue. Yeah, that is correct. At least that's how I understand it. Probably don't go for Cunning Stellar Gem, it's only 15% extra attack speed. Not crazy at this point. There was actually no mention of Deadly Ambush bug being fixed, so let's put that. Okay, this needs to be an efficacy glyph. This is probably gonna be a control. This is maybe gonna do fluidity these days. Also has energy and regen. It's kinda nice. You probably want an exploit. You want a Bane as well. We can actually do a Bane here as well. Doesn't really matter either way, I guess. Could also go for Kenny. I should have probably just copied like an existing Paragon board because it doesn't really seem very different from existing ones. Okay, so I guess you're gonna go through this, but you could also do this side here and not path through the entire board. Move this later. So something like this. I think this is enough decks anyway. Maybe we can even path out here. We have 22 points now. Okay, let's save this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. This needs to be actually a kind of earlier board, I guess. That's probably fine. We have too much int. Okay. Take the life. We do this. 6 boards, 2 points left. Well, that actually worked out pretty well. I'm not sure about the fluidity glyph here. Also have too much decks here currently. How come? We don't need those two basically, we don't need any of that. So I could maybe path out somewhere else. Actually, there's this. I have to do that. Do we care about the poisonous? We potentially do. So let's do this as the last one. I'm missing a bit of lightning, but this will be fixed on masterworking, and this will be fixed on masterworking. Fire is fine, but only with double fire ring. Otherwise, you can do this and go with one fire ring, which is okay. Okay. Can still do this if you want. This looks like some weird block there, man. Can do the percent damage here. Can do the percent damage there. Life, I forgot. And this one I forgot. And we can try to get this. Yo, Florencioni. I don't run like a hit on rapid fire build. Because it's not a like a hit build. I mean, what do you want to do? I mean, you proc your freeze or stun a little bit more, but you're gonna proc it anyway, so there's not a huge advantage. There's nothing you need like a hit for, really, for DPS purposes. Only keep up with energy, playing Twisting Blades and 200% resource generation. Yeah, Starter Skies is what you want for that kind of setup. And if you don't have Starter Skies yet, then you can go like maybe double energy regen on your items or something. So that should kind of do the trick. The new unique chest sounds fun. Yeah, we can try the new unique chest as well instead of enshrouding. Maybe it even has Dark Shroud ranks that would make it really powerful as well. So we can try some stuff like that as well. I guess you poison Bjorn ranks here. Okay, is there any glyph that I really want that I don't have? Let's see. I kinda want exploit. Oh shit, I forgot versatility. We have to put versatility instead of agility. But okay, we can just swap this, that's fine. It's the same glyph. I don't have turf, which is a very sad story. And the one thing I really worry about is the exploit glyph. Each time flurry damages an enemy, it has 10% chance to apply vulnerable for 3 seconds. And this increased damage for 5 seconds after hitting a vulnerable enemy. I kinda need vulnerable really badly. And there's only 10% chance. So I need 2.5 flurries on average to proc it for 3 seconds. So it'll be kind of up. As long as you start doing DPS. But realistically, I kind of want to like 1 or 2 tap packs. And I don't have a slot for like glyph. Like, what the hell am I gonna do? I'm actually mildly tempted to go explosive worth aspect instead of enshrouding here. Swap these two. I mean, this might be a good start. Question is, can we do something with like a close quarters combat build? It's kind of interesting actually. We're playing close quarters combat, puncture, and flurry, and we don't even take tricks out of trade, which now has been mega buffed. I wonder if there's like any chance for like a non-poison build to be good because of this. But I don't really believe in it. However, what will happen though is probably that we have to play this for like range builds, right? We have to get in tricks out of trade now for like rapid fire and these kind of things. 25 damage, you just have to... Do you have to cast it or you have to hit something? Fix off the trade. Your marksman skills. Grant your cutthroat skills. 25 increased damage for 8 seconds. Your cutthroat skills grant your marksman skills. That's actually so nuts. And kind of kills any hope for like poison range builds, I guess. This is very powerful. Because you can just cast a dash every 8 seconds. Which you kind of want to do anyway for the crit. And you just get it. But reverse is I guess not really that good. I mean, okay, if you play like a non-poison melee build. It doesn't work for poison, which is a big downside. Sandario is good for this. Yeah, I mean, technically you have a lot of the similar synergies, right? You have Tracker, you have Bane, you have Flurry and attack speed and stuff. I guess we don't really scale like a hit on this build currently. We don't have the chance to cast Puncture twice, but you could throw it in as well, instead of one of the card observation. You could probably throw an Alaris in there and actually do some pretty decent damage with it. But we do have some suboptimal choices, like for example versatility doesn't help for Andariel. Also, okay, we activate Elvish Bounty anyway, because we have the poison imbue there. Yeah, we could do it. I think I misclicked somewhere because of -1 point suddenly. What's that? 39 strength here. That's a lot of strength. I didn't click anywhere, I did this. How much gear do you need on a start? Yeah, on this rock besides the helm. Don't need that much gear. You want one attack speed roll somewhere. And then just a lucky hit where you can. And the rest is just defense and typical stuff, like stacks or something. I guess before I start making any weird momentum planners, I'm just gonna go on the PTR and experiment. Now there's one big downside that this setup has, which is there's a 0 unstoppable. I mean, they are nerfing monster crowd control for like the 4th time now. And you can press potions while stunned. So maybe you don't care about having unstoppable anymore. Maybe we reach a point where even hardcore you just play without unstoppable. Because who cares? Potion spam meta, yeah. Like, actually, like, running Temerity is kind of legit now, I think. You go Conceited, Temerity, you can spam potions whenever you want, you go Siphon Rituals, that could be a really funny setup. Siphon Rituals actually spawns a lot of potions. Damaging a vulnerable enemy with a non-basic skill has a 20% chance to drop a healing potion. So, let's say you play like Rapid Fire, for example. You fire 20 arrows every time. Those have 20% lucky hits. So you have 400% lucky hits. With like a little bit of a lucky hit bonus, like let's say an advantage elixir and maybe some roll. You're gonna have 1 potion every time you do 1 rapid fire with 3 call points. So roughly like every 1.5 seconds or so. Just press potion. Just press it, and it's on a single target. If you shoot into a pack, you're gonna have 5 potions. So that's kind of hilarious. Yeah, momentum aspect has unstoppable, but then you play momentum. So it really comes down to, is the momentum aspect still a defensive aspect? Which doesn't really make much sense. Because now it gives you damage buff, but it still has this unstoppable thing. So maybe they threw this in there to kind of justify it being a defensive power. And momentum key passive is also strongly defensively oriented. So it could be justifiable to have this as a defensive power instead of an offensive power. But considering how much damage it gives, not really. So they might have transformed this into an offensive power. Which means you don't get much of an offensive benefit compared to any normal power. And you run momentum, which doesn't give you anything really, besides some defense. And you have like a nice synergy with Tibalt's Will. So this is like really where it's at. Momentum. 3% damage reduction, 3% energy, 3% energy generation, 3% movement speed. So the advantage here is that it doesn't give you actually resource cost reduction, so I can spam for preparation procs. So you could get, you know, like no might aspect, just have like damage reduction from preparation and from momentum and from dark shrouds. Just do like an Umbrus aspect. It's like your only defensive power or something, and just like no generator, spam, close quarters. So instead of, for example, playing an inner sight poison TB, maybe you're gonna play just a preparation poison TB and then you use a death trap together with that. And instead of going exposure, it's gonna play momentum. And it's gonna reset your death trap that way. Which is thinkable. Every 75 energy you spend reduces the cooldown by 5. Base cooldown is 50. So it's something like 6-7 procs. You can spend resources really fast with TBM. It's kind of hard to generate enough for it though, even with this extra regen. 30% regen is nice, but it's not really the solution. So if you have Starless, and momentum and like 1 energy roll per second, I think you get to the point where you can spam it. But with Starless, you're also gonna get fewer procs of preparation. So maybe get something like 1 preparation proc, let's say, every 2 seconds. Which is still a lot of energy per second you have to generate. But let's say you do. So in 2 seconds you reduce the cooldown by 7 seconds. And you have a 50 seconds base cooldown. Let's have you have Shaco, it's like 45. Let's say you have like another roll on your neck. So let's say 40 seconds cooldown, minus 7 every 2. So you need 6 times that. You need 12 seconds spamming with preparation to reset your death trap. That's still a rather long cooldown for death trap. But it's like manageable. You can use it like every 2 packs or so. But we run into the same old problem, the bursting venoms doesn't really trigger enough. The melted hard passive, I don't think it did procs preparation. I haven't tried that. I mean, even if it does, it's kind of trash. The synergy between unstable elixirs and temerity conceded seems too good. It's definitely a pretty good synergy, just spamming your potions all the time. I have not actually tested how temerity works with potions currently. We can try this out in a game and see if that actually does something. Temerity has like some pretty heavy bugs and mostly scales off base life. But Ava has done some testing on this, so maybe there's like some learnings here. I feel like burning damage upheaval Barb is going to be fun with burning damage temp for Barb. Wait, they added a new burning damage temp? Oh my god. I'll enjoy, I guess. Scheduled downtime. That's new. On Monday, okay. Sorc, Chain Lightning, Mega S tier. I would say Mega Copium. Did I mute it already? Yeah, we have this nutty flicker step here, by the way. I guess I have to make a Rain of Arrows build. You have this nutty flicker step, and you have this that someone gave to me. I guess it's Rain of Arrows time. Although it's a bit too soon, I guess, because the buff is about to come. Actually, maybe I can copy this stuff into the PTR and try Rain of Arrows there. That'll be kind of interesting. Should try to sell this. I need to list a lot of items here. I have a lot of stuff here that I can try to sell. Let's see if the potion actually gives me a full temerity value. Good luck, Spider-Cow. Yeah, I mean, upheaval just doesn't do much damage, and the burning effect of it certainly won't carry you. Like, if you want to do any kind of damage to upheaval, I guess you go the overpower route. I mean, damage to burning or something like that, I mean, this is not really necessarily gonna be a much more powerful mod than, let's say, damage while berserking or so. It only buffs this burning effect. So... Rain of Arrows can proc Arrow Storms, yes. They even doubled the lucky hit from 2 to 4% on Rain of Arrows. Oof. Yeah, so it looks like it just goes also base up as well for potions. It's 5,000 barrier for a potion, man. Look at that. It seems like they don't queue up properly, actually. What about a Soul Brand? Oh boy. Apparently Soul Brand doesn't even provide any damage reduction. I think Macro tested that. It seems just like it's on a tooltip, but it doesn't do anything. Okay, so without a bug fix to Temerity, I think this is not happening. Although I can try to see what Ava found out here. So short temerity. Okay, the expected shielding is max HP times healing source times 1 plus sum of healing percent increase. For example, a 2% undying with 29,000 max HP, 88.5% healing from willpower, and 8.5 healing from temerity. Would be 29,000 times 0.02 plus all of the healing stuff. Okay, so this is like how it should work. However, this is not the case with temerity at all. Heal substantially less, 314 to be exact. So instead of 11,480, instead of 1148, he got 314 less. Temerity changes the overhealing formula to be the following instead. Max HP times healing source times 1 plus sum of healing percent increase times base HP over max HP. Yeah, so that's basically what I said. It's just scales of base HP, so to say. And even flat healing is affected by this. So even if I have like life on hit or something, it still gets reduced by this base HP divided by max HP. So in my case, if I had like 40,000 life, it's like 8,000 divided by 40,000, so I get 0.2. times the number. So whatever is like your multiplier of your max life compared to the base life, it's just gonna be how much it gets reduced. Alright. Yeah, so until this is fixed, Temerity will just not really be useful, I think. It just reduces the healing based on how much life you have. One advantage really is that you can use a potion whenever you want when you have Temerity, which you otherwise cannot. So you can get the damage buff whenever you want, for example. So you stagger the boss, you're full HP, it doesn't matter, you just press the potion and get its 80% damage buff. But it's not really enough to make Temerity worth it, I think. With like how scuffed it is. If Temerity was working properly, then I guess it would be a pretty good option. Maybe they're gonna fix it. Hello, Omega. Doing well, how about you, man? Shenokdon will not be a consideration for any build. You don't have to do campaign again. I think actually these days you don't have to do campaign at all if you don't want to. No season in a realm. But you have to do the renown. You get a ring of greater attack speed and strength and lucky hit boom. Ah, that's not terrible for like Heartseeker rogues or even some Barb builds. The amount of uniques in Season 5 will make homebrew builds without a guide a lot more viable. Well, that depends entirely on how good you are at brewing, and not really on much else. When shields and other classes like stone shields and sorcerers. It would be funny to have shields and other classes, I guess. Now, should we try to do some momentum stuff? Would we actually change anything substantially if we go momentum? Not necessarily, I think. There's a 75% damage increase currently. So we get one skill slot. We lose attack speed. We can't play common points. We lose actually 75% attack speed. It's kind of wild. I guess I have to go for a second energy regen roll. We have to go Tybalt's. Clone. So what do we temper now that they don't do 90% damage anymore? So I guess we even temper percent damage, that's actually kind of a nerf. What do we temper though? Imbue damage, that's 170% imbue damage. So that's pretty close. That was 170 close, I guess it's too close. Achoo. Okay. We might just do close, but realistically imbued. Let's do this. So it's slightly more additive. What if you do something like crit chance here? Cutthroat crit. 6% only. It's not very big. What about no witnesses? They have buffed no witnesses, right? Capped at 35%. I think it's 10% of movement, right? Where is it? Holy shit, man. So, it's not even really a buff taking this, even if you have permanent uptime. Basically, right? Because you're gonna stack ultimate damage instead of some other source of additive damage. I suppose that the ultimate damage tempo is very high though. So maybe you can actually get away with like, you know, one good no witness. I want one good ultimate damage tempo or so. Because it might be like 400%. Skill damage. Doesn't say how much it gives. But you have to path through like this here anyway and take this and then like one temper and it might be enough. But casting every 8 seconds is really hard. That's like even with preparation, that's basically only possible for like death trap builds with exposure. And we don't doing exposure. So for now, I don't trust this. I think I get a point down. Can probably get away without the siphoning here. We do this, or maybe another siphoning. We do this. So we got the pull, the preparation. We do energy regen. Maybe another energy regen. So we can sustain this. We have 22 already. Maybe it's overkill. We need another aspect here though. So then shrouding, umbrus. What do we do now? Is this a siphoned victuals angle? No. So you could say copium, this is still a defensive power. And then we can say umbrus here. Then we say armor there. We have a Tybalt's Will there. So something like that, I guess. And we also get a lot of resources there, actually. So maybe you're fine, actually, since you get 50 every 8 seconds. How much resource gen do we have? Plus 12%. So it's like 56. So it's 7 energy per second, actually. So we probably don't need that energy per second here. Because Tybalt's Will exists, depending on what they do with it. I cannot imagine that this is better than before. How much damage do we lose for not having combo points? I guess it's the same typical 90% upgrade that other skills get as well, right? But it might be slightly less here. It is 75% upgrade. But you also lose a 45% attack speed. So 45% attack speed at this point is probably... let's say 25% DPS. So it's times 2.2 for using combo points. But we also have to puncture 3 times per cast. So let's say puncturing reduces our DPS uptime by 2/3. So this is our damage here. So technically we should do more damage by not running combo points. The main problem being we also lose close quarters. Say 2.1 for that. And if you compare this to, for example, just spamming flurry, and let's say we have somehow permanent poison uptime, which sounds optimistic. Gonna have the momentum aspect. And we have the Tabor's will proc. So it might actually be kind of close between the two. But you get a death trap as well. And you get the resets as well. So that could be pretty good. You have some other downsides. And I think like we have to get a Bursting Venom in there to make this consistent enough. Flurry. Deals 4% damage, has a 20% chance to stun. So we get like more stuns, more healing, less single target like 8 procs, more resource issues, but you have Tibalds. Kind of similar damage output overall, more problems with poison uptime. Now, how many poison imbuement charges do I need to make this not require bursting venoms? We're just doing this. Already at 11 charges. With a cooldown of around 12 seconds, I guess. Not really many sources of cooldown available. What if I do this and this? Then we have 13, we have 15 charges. And we have our death trap sometimes resetting as well. So maybe we can get away with it and not run bursting venoms. This might actually work. I'll be trying this. What do you think about Death Blow blah? If the new makes it a core skill unique next patch? I think it doesn't really matter. Well, it does matter, I guess, for boss killing. It's very strange. That it's unique is kind of weird. Because it transforms into a core skill. It doesn't say how much it will cost. Just that it costs less for each charge it would have had. And Deathblow also refunds charges. So what if you combine this with, like, for example, Weapon Mastery? Weapon Master's aspect. Make an extra charge, it costs less then. Like, do you actually, like, have a charge and then kill something and refund the charge and it costs less? I don't know. I mean, being able to spam Deathblow is not necessarily that good, I think. Because usually the way to deal a lot of damage with Deathblow is to go for like a wombo combo. And do like, you know, overpower crit, you know, stack up the encroaching wrath aspect and all this kind of stuff. You just stand there and like spam right click on a boss with Deathblow. Yeah, you have like a nice bonus. It might be not that terrible. But is that gonna be better than like some other skills? Maybe. Deathblow animation is also kind of slow. You do get Fury back, so it's very easy to sustain. But also you probably want to do the berserking stuff. So you have to either get berserking somehow, or you have to get Fury somehow. And you have this nice damage. Like, this is kind of cool. They have like this big damage against bosses. The base damage is 120. compared to Hoda is 50. Upheaval is 77. For some reason Hoda is smaller damage than Upheaval. Not sure what happened there. Double swing is 100. So if we multiply this times 2.5, 240, it's 300% weapon damage against boss. That's relatively high. And you have kind of some synergies here. Especially if they buff this thing, this could be like a pretty big thing. I think a Deathblow build might be a real possibility. You take this unique, you take the new weapon. I think you can still get Deathblow ranks, for example. Here. Or Shaco. And if it transforms into a core skill, you can now also get ranks here. So there are a lot of buffs attached to this. You could even run something like Unbridled Rage if you want, because it becomes a core skill and deals and costs more fury and deals more. So that's kind of interesting. But I guess realistically it's going to do Gushing Wounds. Unless they nerf it heavily. And everything's going to remain a bleed build on Barb. Like Gushing Wounds is just like 20 times better than any of these here. And that's not even hyperbolic. It's like a weird group of skills to make core. I agree. But it does open up some pretty interesting stuff for Barbs. How Gushing didn't get a nerf. Yeah, I don't think they understand that Gushing Wounds is the problem. It converts cooldown to fury, and then Deathblow can both reset cooldown and generate fury. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So I guess that maybe there's like some kind of formula where, depending on how long the cooldown of the skill is, the more it costs. So 15 seconds might transform into, I don't know, 45 costs, for example. And the 10 seconds here might transform into 30. And this might transform into 33, or something like that. So maybe this is how it works with the new unique. So you have crit to Deathblow after spending resources. Yeah, I can do Red Fura for the guaranteed. So I could go like 0 crit chance and then just go for Red Fura. Like people used to do this with Hoda and Unbridled Rage. So maybe you can go back to like a Whirlwind Hoda build, but instead of Hoda you play it with Deathblow. And then you just like, you know, Whirlwind, bonk, no crit. Whirlwind, bonk, crit, overpower. No, actually I think the idea is that they always get a crit. But then you get the overpower like every second time, I think. This is how it used to work. You get like 1 overpower, 1 not overpower, 1 overpower, 1 not overpower. So depending on how much it costs, this might be a really good thing to do. Unbridled Rage. But again, this is under the caveat that they are massively nerfing Gushing Wounds, which right now we have no signs of. Because Hammer of the Ancient only costs 35 baseline. If, for example, the base cost of this is actually 45 or 40 or something like that, then you would get to the same cost. The more it costs, the better, basically. Because of Unbridled Fury, making it cost even more, and then getting Beneficial's Talisman procs. So you'd probably do this. Get the all powers. Yeah, Blizzard didn't. Blizzard showed all of the new uniques, but it didn't show what they rework for all of the existing uniques. They said that all of the existing uniques will get rework. Power Weapon Master's core skill is only for Deathblow. Yeah, I mean, how much damage does this thing do? Not very much. But it's a guaranteed overpower. 13% base damage, man. And you have this Bleed Explosion, which is actually not that terrible. How's that compared to Rend? It's like the same as Rend, actually. Like, this has the same bleed as Rend. So I think this is not so bad. And on top of this, you like automatically delete the bleed from the target every time, right? So you don't have to do Rend and then Rupture, you just Rupture spam. So you Rupture, apply bleed, you Rupture again, you take the bleed, you apply bleed, you Rupture again, you take the bleed, you apply bleed, and so on. And you have insane attack speed. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, you can decrease the Rupture cooldown already. The point is that you play like a Rupture build, right? Where you just spam Rupture. Rupture, 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 Rupture. Like a short cooldown or not. You can't do that with a cooldown version of this build. You just spam Rupture. And there's like some other advantages here. Dealing damage of a weapon mastery skill causes your next core skill to make enemy vulnerable. So technically, they're gonna be both, right? They're gonna be weapon mastery and core. So you're gonna proc this with the skill itself. You're gonna have everything vulnerable all the time. Damage any of a weapon mastery skill has a chance to stun them. It's not a bad stun chance for something I can spam, to be honest. Like even without any like hit bonuses, this is more than 1 in 4 death blows. Or ruptures. 1 in 8 steel grasps. I mean, steel grasp has a temper for a guaranteed stun. There's no season 5, so there's no maxwell planner version for season 5. You have to wait for the data mine on Tuesday. Hey, Minion. I think devs are aware that Sorc needs some buffs. And they will certainly buff them. They will count only as core. Now we can look. It says here weapon master skills are now also core skills, so it should count for both. So they should be able to sustain their own exposed vulnerability. But okay, they also deal 70% of the normal damage. So it's not 100. So this 300% is actually only 210. Which is still significantly more than the base of our people. It's like triple. With probably like a rather equal animation. Oda I think has a faster animation than other people. But only does 50, which is like a quarter of death blow. Against bosses at least. Is there like anything here? Nothing. What about, I guess this doesn't even do anything for this, right? And in fact, the active effect of this is also bullshit, so we're not gonna use that. Yeah, I think I would probably start this. I would probably start from the old school Whirlwind Hoda build from AOZ. Go with Banished Lords, go with Unbridled, go with Red Fury Ring. Do guaranteed all powers and guaranteed crits. It depends on how much this thing will cost. And then go like full overpower synergy everywhere. And Whirlwind Death Blow, Whirlwind Death Blow. Get a lot of regen. So that's probably like what I would do here. Will they fix Andre for puncture? You're a bit late, mate. Now, if you don't go the overpower route, you can go the Gushing Wounds route. And then you basically just play the same as, like, you know, all the other builds in Season 4 currently. Just, like, bleed it up. No Banished Lords. You know, just... What are the Death Blow Tempers, actually? What do they even do? Death Blow. Oh, there's not even Death Blow Temper, actually. That's just this. Okay. So what do we do? Wait a minute. Yeah, Dara is fixed. Dude, there's like no temper for this. Like a weapon temper. Yeah, there's an offensive temper for it, but you're not gonna take that. Like, at least not if you're playing with Gushing Wounds. He's gonna go for the crit tempers anyway. So... it's not like significantly higher value. Like, if you look at this here... let's see the crit temper. Yeah, critical damage temper is 170. And death blow temper is 210. So it's like a little bit more, but you lose the entire scaling from Gushing Wounds. So you're never gonna do that. If you play the poison... the bleed route. Now, if you don't do bleed, then I guess you can do that. It's also berserking, which is quite a lot less. But the thing is, if you don't play bleed, then you're gonna play overpower. And overpower already gives you so much additive that you don't really care that much about this death blow thing. So it's gonna be a kind of whatever either way. There's like no weapon temper that I really want here. At least become... maybe you can do something like berserking duration on like a weapon or something. It's a weapon temper. Just have like, you know, one trigger of berserking every 10 seconds and that's enough or something. Pressure point. We can also make stuff vulnerable, but you already do that. You don't need that. You could save some passive points as well by just like taking some stuff like this here, for example. Expose vulnerability. If you get like, you know, 2 ranks or something on like one of your weapons, that's enough. Like, if you just spam it on one target, ding, 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 then you don't need, like, more than, let's say, 2 points in this. And okay, sometimes the target will not be vulnerable or something, but not really the biggest deal. You just consistently trigger it all the time when you're DPSing. So, that's fine. So, you can actually save pathing up there, get save, like, you know, 2 3 points or something, put them somewhere else. Ah, shit. They buffed pressure point, right? No? Didn't they buff this? Or was this the Ender's Fury? The room requires 2-handed, okay. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna actually run a generator. Like, what the hell am I gonna do? Clobbering time. Okay. Do this. Maybe we don't need to run and cry. Thought the Gushing Wounds were out. Although, it sounds really exciting to go for all power, man. Fuck it. Good old whirlwind plus core skill. So that's some whirlwind temper. Whirlwind size. We don't need whirlwind size for the grasping whirlwind, right? So if we do this here, I don't think you actually care about hitting them with whirlwind, right? It just pulls them in anyway. So that could be interesting. A whirl around, death blow, boom. I actually wanted to play a whirlwind death blow build for a long time, but I never did it. Not the way that I thought this would work, because the idea was that whirlwind would be the carry, and then death blow just bonks the elites. But now it's just like you bonk, and whirlwind is the support. But I guess that works. Get some healing. Get another raid from Lysius. Hello. Thank you. Removing lucky hit from a relentless berserker, you don't need berserk duration. I don't really need anything else either, so what are you gonna do? It's not mentioned here, relentless berserker. This is the steadfast berserker. This is for fortify, not for relentless berserker. And you still need to get some berserking somehow. A lot of people use the Diablo trade, yeah, it's Canary. Does Fawn's damage also proc bleed if you have berserk ripping? That's a good question. I guess it does, because it even procs bleed from, like, you know, holy bolts and stuff, which is way, you know, further away from the character than Thorns, if you will. So I think that should work with berserk ripping. Thank you, Lysius. Hope I got a stream too. Yeah, making death blow build right now. Assuming that the stuff's getting kind of buffed. So we need a new weapon here, right? So I'm just gonna put like a random yellow weapon for now. And then we're gonna do, suppose a mace or something. And ruby, strength. I guess you could do all power or can do crit, which is actually almost the same. Can do crit. And then we do like, what is that called? Expose vulnerability. Actually very interesting weapon tempers for once. Death blow damage. What is this changing to? Polearm is vulnerable. And the axe is dot. So I guess I go for sword here. Something like this. Now what about encroaching wrath? After spending 100 fury, your next map master skills for 5 seconds deals increased damage. So that's actually very good, because Death Blow can now proc this for itself. That's actually really good. And that's a lot of damage. And if you actually get to the point where, like, you're gonna get to the point where you proc this every single time. Like, every single time you do this with Umbrella, like, I don't know, depends on how much it costs. But let's say it costs like the same as Hoda or something. You're gonna Whirlwind, Deathblow, Whirlwind, Deathblow. You're gonna proc this every single time with Unbridled. And you get a guaranteed crit. It's actually really good. So I'm quite excited to see this. I guess I'm gonna throw a berserking damage thing there. And I don't know what to do for weapon tempers, man. Like, what the hell? This is... Ground storm size, huh? Leap stem size, earthquake size, earthquake duration is gonna be utility now. I can do whirlwind size just because, or is this a berserking duration? Let's do berserking duration. The all power like every 2. Yeah, the idea is the all power every 2. But again, it depends on how much it will cost. But now that whirlwind scales with attack speed, it will probably cost more fury because of the attack speed. Which means it's gonna be easier to trigger Banishable Size, man. You just have to like generate a lot of resources. So it means you probably can't do the leap stuff, yeah. You have to go for Rallying Cry, but I think that's okay. To actually sustain the resources, and you might have to do Tybalt's Will or something else. Is there a way to get like a little bit of Unstoppable to proc Tybalt's, but not too much? I guess we have Charge. Can I Charge as well? Charge, Whirlwind, Deathblow, Whirlwind, Deathblow, Whirlwind, Deathblow, Charge, Whirlwind, Deathblow, something like that maybe. I think there's a lot of resource generation, which is kind of helpful. Now there's another thing that we can do, which is the Starlight aspect if we really want. We could do this, which is pretty busted now. But I guess realistically you might want to go for Shout stuff. Shouts could generate 30 per second while active. There's also this one. And we have 2 unique jewelry with only 1 resource slot. Starlight is definitely kind of nice though. Because, wait a minute, how often do we proc this? Here for 9% life for every 100 fury spent. So if you spend roughly 300 fury every 2 whirlwind deathblow combos, then we'll trigger this 3 times. We're here for 9%, 27%. And then with extra willpower healing received, we're gonna have like 40%. We're gonna heal for roughly 40% of our life. In one Banish Lords combo, basically. Which means you get 80 resource. That's pretty good. I think Starlight Aspect is actually what we want to do here. You can put like a resource generation. You can actually do this here. We might want to use an axe, I guess, instead of a sword. You do get a bleed stuff, but I don't really care. I think I'm just going to use an axe and just ignore the implicit. Also crit damage while berserking and chance to gain fury. So I think we delete this. This is an axe angle. Something like that. Fake arm, I'm good. Slaking affix. And we can only have one of them, so... He has 6% chance to gain 20 fury when the core skill deals direct damage to at least one bleeding enemy. Yeah, this is not anywhere close to this. And this will proc roughly every 2 death blows once and gives us 20. This will proc roughly every 2 death blows and gives us 80. It's like way better. So I guess we're gonna two-handed slashing. Always do resource generation, I guess. Because we wanna like dual wield whirlwind, I guess. Use the slicing weapon for this. Okay, then I guess we can do an iron blood here. Rubies. We don't actually need Berserk Ripping because they already bleed with Whirlwind, right? And you also get some resources there. While using a slashing weapon. This is a slashing weapon, right? It's a sword. Okay, that works. Okay, so we get the bleed there. That's actually very nice, so... I'm not sure what else we want to put then. We still have 1, 2, 3 offensive powers. Let's do some fury per second here. And we're probably need res. Something like that. Do we want any kind of stun or something like that? Not necessarily. So we're gonna have like... What is that, a new tempers here? Vulnerable damage, bleeding damage, bonus damage against injures. Earthquake duration, cake duration, frenzy duration, flame duration. Okay, so I don't really care about any of those, I think. So we guess gonna do like stun chance and whatever anyway. Stun. I guess just do imposing presence anyway, or martial vigor now. Doesn't matter too much. Do now stun. Let's do an armor roll. Strength. Why did you put death blow ranks? I think they go here, right? Okay. We don't... I kind of want cooldown, I think. Maybe fury per second. Not sure. So strength. You can do metamorphosis on the boots. Yeah, you can. I think that's what you use in AOZ as well, right? You use metamorphosis and Tibalts. Now we can do this. It's a lot of resources. And we also get some close the arm, which is not terrible. It depends on what they do with the pants. Maybe they're gonna remove the resources or something, but this is an option. I kind of want a Grasping Whirlwind Dome. And I don't have a slot for it. Other than that. But okay, we can try it. So Metamorph and attacks reduce away cooldown. I'm gonna have like a 10 seconds base cooldown, like 9 seconds maybe some cooldown. And then we get like bow and death blow, maybe like once a second or so, we get 2 attacks. So we're gonna reset it in... I mean, the advantage here is that we're also gonna get unstoppable all the time, right? So that's kinda good. Yo, that's Ruthless, thanks for the raid. How was the carries? Which offensive aspect was sacrificed to put Doombringer into Dario's melee rogue build? Probably elements or something, if that's there, or I don't know what else is there, maybe Inner Calm. Okay. I hope you had a good time. When I go all power crazy, you can get kick. Nah, I'm not gonna do kick. I mean, you can spend a lot of resources easily, but it's not like you have trouble spending resources. So I think that's okay. So we do this, this, and this. We do imposing presence. Let's do like a freeze or something. And here we do Iron Blood. Is there any other good defensive power that we care about? Now, Crowded Sage has been buffed. That's actually useful for this, but it's not something I want to rely on for this. Using base life instead of maximum life. Now, this would help a lot with something like Starlight. But I don't really want to rely on Crowded Sage, and it doesn't give us any kind of damage reduction, and we don't really have dodge either without tempering it. We can do Undying for even more healing. So we get like roughly 7% extra health per second, I guess. Just from that. Which is kind of helpful for Starlight as well. Could consider this. Like at least one defensive power, I guess. Iron Blood. We have one all-res roll. We probably need a second one somewhere, so let's put like a res roll here. Then we do slow. Now what else can we do? We don't need Berserker Gripping. Stunning and bleeding an enemy, no. So Limitless Rage now actually works for this, it's just kind of funny. But I don't think it'll do that. Because I'm not sure like how much Fury I will... Each point of Fury generates one of maximum grants your next core skill. 2% damage. So I only need 15 Fury to get this to maximum. It's actually kind of little. But I'm not 100% sure if I trust it. I can do an Edge Masters. After swapping weapons 8 times, the next non-basic skill will overpower. And the first increase overpower damage. So I do get a guaranteed overpower. Let's say, let's assume that every 2 times I do Deathblow, I will get a guaranteed overpower anyway. How often will this help me? I mean, first of all, I'm not sure if they can both be consumed in the same attack. I think there are some guaranteed overpower effects that can be consumed in the same attack, but maybe this is fine. That's only 30% extra damage as well. It's not really that much anymore. It used to be a lot more. I don't think I'm gonna go for this. This will only trigger every 4 death blows, maybe every 5. And then give me a 1 overpower. Okay, so basically instead of in 4 death blows, let's say in 20 death blows I will get 5 overpowers normally. Is that correct? No. In 10 death blows I will get... Sorry. In 20 death blows I will get 10 overpowers. And with this I'll get 4 more. I'll get 14 instead of 10. Which is actually a lot. And they also do a bit more damage sometimes. So maybe I'll try this. We'll do this. Tempers are mid, overkill, unique. Yeah, we should actually go overkill. I forgot. I mean, overkill is most likely getting buffed as well, so that's gonna be pretty nice. Instead of deathblow ranks, it has this here, and the tempers are kind of whatever. I'm just unsure about aspects, so we'll see if there's any other important aspect here that we don't have currently. There's also blood boiling aspect. This gives a guaranteed overpower, but only every 20 seconds. Which is probably like once every, I don't know, 15 death blows, if I had to guess. And that's not really enough. There's elements. I guess the last one is just Edge Masters or something. Or Retribution. If Retribution continues to double dip. Or Limitless Rage. We could try to make that work. It's like a bunch of like smaller aspects basically that we can throw in there. Maybe do this one. It's gonna be very interesting if that works out. So we have lost berserk duration, we have exposed vulnerability here, we have a unique, and we have another unique. Death blow damage, damage while berserking. What's my damage while berserking right now? 110. I guess do while berserking here. And then this is gonna be, I don't know, strength. We don't need crit. We do life. Let's do a rest roll here for now, because we might need it at the start. Yeah, I just wonder if we're gonna have enough resources for this, but maybe. I'm not sure if Limitless Rage will work out. A more consistent option would be Edge Masters. Or Retribution. Or even Inner Calm. So I'm not sure if I trust it too much. Yeah, you can proc Temerity from Undying, but Temerity is bugged right now and gives you very, very little barrier. Because it scales of base life and not of your actual life. Now for Rogue Out, you can play Barrage, that's what I recommend. Until 100, and you can try like Darius Rogue if you have one. Heartseeker. Rapid Fire. Overkill feels so weird, the AoE is like 30% of an upheaval. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be different from Upheaval, right? It's not the same. So Upheaval is like, you know, big AoE skill, and Overkill gives you like a little bit of clear. I really like playing with Overkill, actually. When I played Kratos Barb back then, I used Overkill as well. It was really fun. It's a really nice item. And it just clears like little shit. So, and it also double hits the main target. It's very nice for that. Ramadani. I guess technically... No, we cannot do Ramadani. We have like too many synergies for two-handed weapons, I think. Like, first of all, you want to weapon swap all the time, so we go dual wield on Whirlwind. And we also have heavy-handed. We have Wallop. We cannot use Wallop because you're gonna have two unique swords. And you can't do Ramadani here. I think I have to do this. So is this like my only trigger for berserking? No, we get 2 seconds of berserking here, buffed by this. It's actually more like 5 seconds of berserking or something, or 4 something. And here we're gonna get like 8 something. So as long as I charge here and there, it's gonna be okay. And charge is still not a core skill, so I cannot consume the Banished Lord's Talisman. I can consume the Earth Striker, but that's not too bad, I guess. That's also a tactical challenging shout. I'm not sure if you want to rely on this though. It might be useful. Can't remove this. Can't remove this. Okay, second damage reduction, we can take this here. Okay. Thanks, McBain. Appreciate this up. So you guys are interesting with Ancient's Oath. Yeah, I'm going for the... Actually, I'm not going for it now. I was going for the Grasping Whirlwind. Which I guess we could still do if you want. But it's getting pretty tight on the aspects. The problem is like Steel Grasp, you also have to like, you know, stop your whirlwinding and like, what do you even drop for this? I guess you can drop Warcry. Warcry is somewhat optional. It gives you Berserking as well. Gives you the vulnerable before the first bonk. But then you run Ancient's Oath as well. So many unique weapons. Yeah, I think you need to have the Encroaching Wrath on the two-handed. You already run Overkill. You can't really fit in the Ancient's Oath, I think, unless you drop Overkill. And you don't want to do that, I think. What's up, helicopters? We found out that lucky hit on TB is better than flurry. I don't use flurry in a dire build for the lucky hit. I use puncture for that. And in TB, lucky hit is actually pretty terrible. Use flurry for the attack speed buff. No loadouts coming yet, Jefferson. Yeah, the glyph for the cooldown on Weapon Mastery is useless. We're not gonna run that. So you run Blood Rage. We run... Maybe... Yeah, I'm not sure we need Carnage. We can do Bonebreaker, actually. So it depends on how Bonebreaker interacts with Banished Lord's Talisman, but every 12 seconds is actually not that terrible. But it has probably terrible layout at least, right? There's the R. There's this. And there's this. Okay, maybe we can make something work there. I don't have currently any fortify, but you can fortify easily by just changing the Warcry. We don't have to go for Warbringer because Warbringer has a shitty layout. Does have rest there though. And his life. We also want to go for Weapons Master. We need that. We also want to go Decimator. And we don't want any of this stuff. So that's gonna be our boards here, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna make them in a second. I'm gonna get a drink. 1 second. No. I just discovered something very nice right next to me. Actually quite excited to try this build. It's gonna be fun, I think. Pizza again. Yeah, Daniel, who was here yesterday, he said get another pizza. So technically it's a leftover pizza from Nini. So she just gave it to me. Yeah, 35k life and Lilith one-shot me. I think check your resistances and your armor. And maybe your defensive aspects, if you have any. Dying one-shot to Lilith before you have any stacks? Sounds a bit weird. But maybe you just collect stacks and then you die one-shot. What's my take on being able to almost know everything without season launch regarding builds? My take is it doesn't really matter because we discover new stuff anyway. I mean, look at Season 4. I mean, Season 4 was a pretty major rework to the entire game, so, you know, no one really got to the point where they were able to, you know, try everything, test everything, see everything, right? And the meta always develops over time. People gonna try new stuff, figure out new things, learn about new bugs, whatever. It's gonna be a mid-season patch at some point, so at the very least, at that point, there's not gonna be a PTR. I think it's okay to have PTRs, just to like make sure that the quality of the game is high. And okay, you know, we actually get to also like prepare stuff and start being excited about stuff, right? In advance. It's like, okay, man, I've seen this, you know, I can show this to people, like I've played this build and hey, look at this. And you know, people are gonna watch it and they're gonna be like, hey, I really wanna play this when the season comes, right? So there's also that part, I guess, that's kind of nice. Twisting blades set up Venarius. They can literally just swap the helm. Okay, what do we do? Something like a territorial. One blood rage. I probably want this, yeah. Actually, I'm not sure if we're gonna go for ire. Maybe we don't need it, but we'll see. We want crusher, we want might. We want dominate. Actually, do we want dominate? Probably not really, honestly. We're gonna have so much fucking life. We're gonna have so much overpower damage from life. With imposing presence everywhere. Probably not. We would definitely want Undaunted though. They don't care about Marshall, I think. I don't think we care about Exploit then. So maybe gonna have this ire here. Just like nice TR and stuff. Is it actually the shortest path to go through the left here? Probably. Which looks very weird, I gotta say. That looks very weird. I think it's faster, and you also get to the gate. So you want a buffing, like a rare buffing glyph here or a magic buffing glyph. So this would probably be might angle. Oh. Okay, this is all useless. There's the res. Let's try to take the res. Let's try to take, we have territory already. Into Undaunted. Kinda shitty path for Undaunted though. Can we do another glyph? This is only for crits. It gives us 3 fury. We have a bit of research gen there. So maybe 4. So you basically always crit, so we get 4, we get 8, I guess, if you crit here. Oh, we're not gonna crit much of the whirlwind though, we're not gonna have any crit. So it's not that much. I can do cleaver though. It's a strength glyph. Oh, the strength glyph here. Actually looks kinda nice. Kinda funny layout. 2, 4, 6, 8. I don't actually want this there. Only 7. Not too bad. Okay, I want this though. Probably want all of these. We also want this. As you can see, thank you, man. This is a strength glyph. We still need this one. And Undaunted. It's way too much willpower I got here. I guess you can do this. This could also be dominate if we put a... I think there's also willpower, right? Dominate. We could do this and get a bit more extra. Because it scales. And it's only 15%, man. Like, what? Almost this is on like a Necro board. Which one is it? It's also 15 actually. Seems like they nerfed all of them. Ah, yeah, here's 40 on Druid. Okay. For some reason, it's 15 on a Necro as well. Interesting. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it doesn't save us any points. Oh, that's the outcome close. That's still pretty nice. Okay, remove this here, step 1. Remove that. This is board 7. We don't have the all stats for this. With a Shaco we would hit this. We'll probably even hit this actually. Ah, close. This one also has a res. This one has physical damage and this CR. How's our res? Oh, almost there actually. We could just get away with like one small node. Here. And we don't need to buff any of these. So I'd like to hit this one earlier. So let's make this number 7. Ugh. 4 willpower. So if we can do this. Actually, a lot of life in the R here on our board. I think that's kind of nice. Need to double check if I didn't miss any like important board somewhere. I need 1 willpower. I think it might be on the starting board. Here. Now we have 460. Okay. So any glyph that we still want that we don't have. No. 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 Oh shit. Oh wait, it's only using a mace. So no, I guess. I mean, it does buff us more than most other glyphs. But we have Cleaver, which gives us also 12% instead of the 20. And we have better synergies here, I guess. Actually, wait a minute, does this work with Wallop? Skills using a bludgeoning weapon. Ah shit, no, we have to go for the mace. Okay. So I actually cannot do that, so I have to change this. Change the Cleaver. That's fine. A new Crusher. Okay, what else do we want? We don't need that. No. No. Solving weapons has an 8% chance to cause it a crit. No. No, no. Okay, we have all the glyphs we want. Perfect. And I have all of the legendary nodes I want as well. I got even a guaranteed overpower there. We got this. We got this. We got this. We don't need that. Now, is there something I missed on the other boards? Hemorrhage. There's like Wound, DR. And that's it. Flawless Technique. There's the R from close, which is kinda nice. There's Life and Cold Rest, but this is at a point where we don't go. So I'd like to pick up this DR from close. Is there any board I could switch? We have this, but it also has the R from close. We can't change this. I could change this if I get res. I need 3. I need 7.5 res. Exactly. And we can get 3, 4.5. Nothing here. Yeah, okay, I mean the rest is probably solvable, actually. But now we have 30% rest from our gear. So there is a way to do this without... Ah shit, wait. This one. So we could make a plan B and see what happens if we do this with the Flawless Technique board instead. Would probably look like this. We need two points for this. Let me do Crusher. But yeah, it's a lot of DR. He has 2.2, 2.2, 2.2, 4.5, maybe 9. If I manage to do this. So you put this back to number 7. We're almost gonna hit that. Can do this. Can also do this. Ugh. Wait, what? Oh, I have so much willpower suddenly. I think I didn't have this connected when I checked it. It was actually fine. I guess I can go for the willpower there anyway. Alright, we still need 2 points. We can get them from here. From the Wound thing. We can also take out one of these. And that's it. And I can probably optimize some of the pathing. For example, this is 2, 4, 6, 7. We can't change anything here. Or here. There's also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Including 1 strength node though. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10. No. What about this? 2, 4, 6, 7. 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, so nothing really changes here. What do we go up there? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah. Okay, we can't really change any pathing, I think. So now we have Flawless Technique, and I think this is just a better option, right? So we have a bit of less res. But again, we have 30% from our gear right now. We need like 37.5 to do this. And this would mean like a roll like this. Like I could say we do this. And we can, like, for example, cut this. Or rather, do rest here. And we cut this. So you masterwork this up and do like 1 hit. Or 2 hits. Something like that would actually do this. Do I have another node somewhere? I do not. I really like this Paragon bot. So maybe early on you can do this if you want. And then later you do this. Once you have enough res. So that'll open the hour. Very nice. How do you make Google Chrome tabs look like this? I mean, there's like some, you know, design settings. I don't know. How does one have skill? Well, you click buttons many times. I gotta say, this pathing looks so strange, not pathing through the middle here. I wanna see what this looks like if I do a path through the middle. But it's probably just shit, so... Yeah, like, what do we gain here? Nothing. This damage reduction, damage there is also kind of irrelevant. So, I don't know. Look how many points this has spent. What can I even cut? I could have cut this stuff here. And this. And then a few points here. Way too much strength. Yeah. Delete this. Quickly. Okay. Yeah, I like this setup, so I'm gonna try this. There will be some fine-tuning we have to do, like how much resources do we have. I mean, they buffed Weapons Master actually, right? To 8%, I believe. Weapon. Yeah, 8% on swapping. So you get 16% of maximum fury. That's actually pretty nuts. And then with like some resource gen, like 20% of our fury or so, just from like doing the thing, basically. That's pretty big. Plus we swap more and get more here. How much maximum fury does this have? We have 126. We don't have that much maximum fury. But we also don't really need much. Do we have Warbringer board? I realize I don't even have the Warbringer board. That's kind of funny. So there's Res. And there's Life and Fury. I guess here we have Warbringer, right? And I never actually went up there to take this. So it'd be... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I don't think you really need the Fury, I'd say. As long as we somehow reliably generate enough. And we do generate a lot. So we have to see. Maybe have to take this to have more Fury. We generate more Fury as well. I need some Weapon Master. But not from his. Okay, maybe we're fine. I'm not sure what I can remove to get those 8 points. You have to make some painful cuts, I think. 1, 2, 3. Maybe some of this stuff here. 4, 5. I mean, it will be possible, I guess. Could I take this one? How's the armor? 8,800. This is with 1 normal armor roll right now. Only 1,300 strength. So it's gonna go way up and it's gonna be very easy to cap the armor. So somebody still need 4 points, so I can do this, I can do this. And that's 2. Fuck. This doesn't actually help us with anything. Well, I guess it does help us because we have 5 strength and some willpower. Should do this on the other setups as well. But I think at this point I have no choice but to cut something else. So this has to be one of these. Actually, those two, I suppose. Fuck. Yeah, I need willpower there, unfortunately. So this is probably what it will do here. Close the R. Okay, someone remove one thing here. We can actually. Look at that. Point. Not sure where I'll put it now. Don't see any like DR or something. I can just put it here maybe. So which one do you prefer right now? This is the res. This is good to get started. And this has the extra resource there. And it has more life as well, right? This is 33k life, 31, 33, 31. So maybe this is actually the nicest here, because we have the maximum fury and we have extra life. Maximum fury will just make it more playable, because we don't necessarily run out of resources after some attacks or something. We have like more sustain with Tibalds, because we don't cap out so easily. We get more resources back from Weapons Master. So maybe I like this more. But we do lose the close DR. It's quite a lot of DR here. 2.2, 2.2, 2.2, and 9. So it's like roughly 15 DR. It's pretty good. But you also have more life, and more life also means more overpower damage. Now with all these imposing presence ranks, it's going to be nerfed to 5% per point, right? It's going to be 40, and then we're going to have 3. Okay, not that many, actually, just 2 tempers. Maybe only 1 once you have a Shaco. So it's not that insane. But we're gonna get some nice chunk of life there. Main source of Fortify right now is Warcry. I'm not sure if that is good enough. And then Thick Skin. So this might be a bit optimistic. Maybe I want to go Strategic Rallying Cry as well. But it may work. So there's like some fine-tuning you have to do with like Berserking uptime, Fortify uptime, resources. But I think for now we have a setup here that works. Yeah, there's gonna be a Death Blow Barb with a new unique weapon that allows you to make it a Corsica. So this is gonna be basically an old school AOZ Whirlwind Hoda build, but with Death Blow instead. I guess we charge with our slashing weapon. We Death Blow with our bludgeoning, and we Worm with our dual wield. So we do that. Not really sure how tanky I will be. We have a bunch of damage reduction effects. From close, from Vuln, from bleeding. Well, healthy, well fortified, so maybe it's okay actually. Maybe we are tanky enough. Triple crit attack speed on your Andariels. Well, it makes it very easy to just have any scuffed attack speed roll on one item and you're fine. Yo, hey Daniel. I like this planner. I'll try this when the time comes. Let's put it here. Oops. That's not the kind of Barb I was looking for. So I'm also putting this in the YouTube description. Gonna be quite exciting to see. Some actual overpower build on Barb again, man. Can you believe it? I wonder what they can do with like Rupture. But I guess if you make a Rupture build with this new unique, it's just like basically the same as Rend, right? It's like the same scaling, the same stuff. Basically just Rend, but it's changed it to Rupture and use a unique weapon, I guess. It'll be easier to temper. This one will be easier to temper for sure. Is there any other stuff you want to make here? I mean, Necros didn't really get anything new. Besides this weird unique that spawns macabre skeletons or something. What is that again? Ah, this is something I want to try. Yeah, the Basilisk and also the Umbra Crux. What do we do with this? Subterfuge, cooldown reduction, wall damage, innovation. Casting a subterfuge skill also spawns an enemy shade totem. Any damage it takes is replicated onto surrounding enemies at 30% effectiveness. Now, which build would this benefit the most? Shadow Step? You just Shadow Step the totem and then boom. So what happens if you Shadow Step the totem and proc Victimize? I guess we assume that we can crowd control this thing and have all of our damage modifiers apply to it, right? So this is like the base assumption, I guess. And that's actually really powerful. If you can actually crowd control this thing and it doesn't turn unstoppable, you can actually DPS this for longer than you can DPS elites. Because elites become unstoppable after 5 seconds. This thing, if it doesn't become unstoppable, it's 8 seconds. So you can keep shooting at a totem and still do damage to the elites. Why was the build I did left with one common one-handed sword? Well, because of this. The song is a Restore, Donbor. What does apply to bosses? Yeah, potentially we can do boss damage with this. Because again, if you can crowd control this, then it doesn't matter if the boss is not staggered, you can actually just hit a totem. You can have 2 of the totems. So at the very least you can do 60% of your regular damage against those totems that replicates to the boss. As long as you hit both of them. So you can't do this with a single target ability, but if you do this with pen shot or rapid fire, I guess it's very bad for dot builds, because you don't really have the time to stack up the dots. Who knows if it actually works with dots at all. It says any damage, but realistically it's not for dot builds. And it will be for builds that can hit both totems and the target at the same time. So this means rapid fire and pen shot. Maybe you can argue about TB and flurry as well. Flurry should work. It does not work for Heartseeker. It does not really work for Undial. It does not really work for Barrage. Actually, that's interesting. It might actually be good for Barrage, because your ricochets do more damage than the original arrow. So you could technically shoot at a totem and ricochet into the boss, which is kind of funny to think about. Okay, each arrow has a 20% chance to ricochet, dealing 40% of the arrow's base damage. Ricochet chance is increased for 100%. So you have 100% chance to deal 40% damage. And if you put this here, you do 120% damage. And a 90% chance to split into 2. Now, I'm not sure if you can hit one target and then split into 2 and then hit both arrows into the boss. I have no idea about that. But that might be possible. And if that is possible, that is actually insane. Because they do more damage than normal and they get 2 of them. And potentially, I guess you can like shoot at the other totem as well and ricochet from there. So they can get really wild. So this could be pretty nuts actually. But the positioning of that is going to be really hard. Why not Heartseeker? Because Heartseeker hits one target. You need to hit the totem, the other totem, and the boss with one attack. I mean, okay, it's probably fine with Heartseeker as well because of Victimize, because the damage actually comes from Victimize, and then Victimize will explode, and the explosion will hit the totem and the boss. So I guess it's fine on Victimize builds, actually. You're right. So I guess it won't work well with something like Rapid Fire without Scoundrels, but that doesn't really exist anymore. It won't work well for non-victimized single target builds, but I guess those don't really exist either. It will certainly not work for any poison build because you just don't have enough time to stack the poisons. So yeah, this has to be something that can hit everything, which is actually true for basically every core skill. I guess the one of the most trouble here is Twisting Blades, so this might not be a Twisting Blades thing. You do have the Spinning Blades, but the Spinning Blades are not all of your damage. They are buffing the Returning Blade, actually. Return damage bonus increase from 30 to 35. Okay, that's not really whatever. But I've also buffed the Twisting Blades aspect, right? So how much is that now? 80% of the return damage. So usually the original hit is roughly 0.5. And then return is 1. And then we get 0.8 and 0.8. So this is our total damage for Twisting Blades on a single target. And now let's assume we're gonna hit both totems with the return and then both of the spins. So we don't have the 0.5, so I basically have this minus 0.5. So the difference is not that large, actually. You lose roughly 17% of your damage. I mean, technically, we do this, and then we take this times 0.6 with two totems, right? And we add them together. So our total damage is 4.66, where regularly this would be 1 times 1.6. So our damage loss for not hitting the totem with our original hit is actually not very much. It looks like 5% or so. 6%. So Twisting Blades, assuming the Returning Blade hits the totems, and both Spinning Blades hits the totems. So I guess it depends on how easy it is to position them. You could play it with Twisting Blades as well, with not a terrible loss. And then Flurry, it's going to be easy. With this, it's going to be easy. With this, I guess you have to line them up at least. So it might be somewhat difficult. It depends on how the totems spawn. If you can extend in one place and then press like Poison Trap, Dark Shroud, or I don't know, Poison Trap, Smoke Grenade, and you spawn both totems on top of each other. Dude, watch the PTR go live, and those totems have like an infinite loop of doing damage to each other, and the game instantly crashes. I can't wait. Like, that's gonna happen, right? This damage counts as a trap skill. That is very interesting. So this allows you to trigger exposure. And potentially even trigger like Deadly Ambush, for example, without having counters on the enemy or something. But it depends on like what does it mean. This damage counts as a trap skill, right? Like for example, I know that if you cast Death Trap, you actually have roughly like a second or so where you can trigger exposure, which is kind of interesting because there's no dot effect. But the Death Trap triggers, and then in that moment where the Death Trap triggers, you can hit enemies and get your exposure procs. So they are affected by traps. So there might be some kind of like weird like 1 second delay where you hit the totem and it will count as affected by traps for exposure or for deadly ambush. I need to try this. Which is kind of cool. Because, you know, you actually have kind of this problem that, for example, if you're on ambush glyph and caltrops, you don't really want to use caltrops on like every single shitty pack. But you will use this on like every pack, basically. Yeah, smoke grenade also works, for example. I spawn totems on a smoke grenade. Totem's gonna be Dust Devils on Season 4 PTR. I mean, it is a pretty powerful item, but the stats on it are terrible. Well, they're kind of cool, but you don't have a temper. You don't have an aspect. So I guess a typical rogue aspect that is like, you know, aspect number 6 or something is probably like a 20% damage increase or 15% damage increase. It's not too much of a loss. And we gain a 60% damage gain outside of like any potential weird buggy scaling or something. So let's assume this is a 60% buff. We lose a 15% buff. We'll lose potentially a Caltrops temper or something like that. And we lose potentially like a crit damage temper for precision builds, or vuln damage temper for victimized builds, or crowd control damage temper for melee build. So this is probably somewhere in the range of like another 10% loss. It does have dex, which is fine. It doesn't have life, which is not fine. And it has vuln damage, that's okay. Okay, so let's say we lose like roughly 15% and 10% again. And then whatever the Caltrops will give us. Because you're probably going to replace a Caltrops temper here. Because on a range build, you're not going to give up like chance to cast twice. So you're going to run chance to cast twice, and no Caltrops temper. And I guess for flurry, it's not so bad. You're going to have Caltrops duration, and just not a third Caltrops duration. So it's going to be a smaller loss there. But how much of a loss is that? Kind of significant, I'd say. $61. Where's the unequip? This is 35. 45. Let's do something like this. 76. Now this assumes a very long boss fight, but it's an 18% damage loss in long boss fight. Also the fact that you don't have to cut off that often, so it's like easy to maintain and you don't have to jump so much and these kind of things. So I think we could probably say this is like another roughly 15% loss. So the loss is like 0.85, 0.9, 0.85 again. So we lose roughly 35% damage, we gain 60. So we're kind of back to where we started. So this weapon seems like fairly well balanced. And you have some extra perks, which is you can carry your affected by traps into packs without having to press caltrops. You get subterfuge cooldown reduction, which is kind of cool. You get innovation, which can be helpful as well. This can potentially even free up 2 or 3 points and solve other issues. And you can potentially do some crazy shenanigans with what I explained with Barrage. So overall, wait a minute, there's even more perks here. Like for example, for Pen Shot, you hit multiple targets and you get a piercing effect. So that's actually also pretty good. Penetrating shot. So there's like a baseline effect now, by the way. And also, if it hits at least 3 enemies, you gain 10% increased critical strike chance. Which is probably not that big anyway. But it does help. So there's that. And there's another benefit, which is that we have more targets to lucky hit scale from, which is actually kind of big. Like they actually put innovation on that thing, and you will always have at least 3 targets and not just 1. So you can get more lucky hits. This is actually a really strong weapon, I think. This is actually a really strong item, I think. If it works as advertised. The card of deeper for enemies, buffs for us, stack up. Yeah, you can stack them. Well, it stacks like, no, the longer they are in the card tops, you can stack card of duration for that. Does it work as a support rogue? It could work for support rogues. That would be a very powerful support rogue effect. So 30% effectiveness while big enough. Yeah, it's like by nature. You know, you hit it and 30% of that damage will explode around it, basically. So whatever damage buffs you have will also transfer to that damage. Won't they cap the Kaltos damage? Doesn't seem so right now. I mean, I would not be opposed to that, because I think the Kaltos meta is a bit too oppressive right now. It would not be such a bad idea to change Kaltops to have maybe a more reasonable cap, you know, maybe 50% or something. I did discuss the exploit weakness yesterday, but I mean, we don't really know how exactly it works. It might just, like, you know, one-shot the entire screen once every 15 seconds. And if it actually doesn't require you to have low life enemies and just works on any target, I guess you can go into a pit 200 and just like one-shot the entire screen every 15 seconds and reach the boss in 4 minutes. And then log out. Which sounds kind of funny. Eyes in the Dark, and Beats for Boots, and Death Trap. A Death Trap damage would echo, and you could still direct hit the boss with Beast Fall. I mean, I guess one of the main difficulties of using this item here is actually spawning totems often enough. You have to use 2 subterfuge skills every 8 seconds. I get talk only about the boss here, right? We only care about the boss. So you have to do 2 subterfuge skills every 8 seconds. So one of them is going to be the Smoke Grenade. And then there's Concealment, there's Dark Shroud, and there's Poison Trap. Now, if you combine this with the new Dark Shroud chest, that is a very powerful subterfuge skill to use, but we don't know how good the chest will be. Maybe you're going to do that. But you won't be able to use Dark Shroud every 8 seconds, most likely. Although there is Dark Shroud cooldown reduction. I'm not sure on which slot. Is that a defensive slot? I think it's a resource slot, actually. Yes. So... can we get away with this, though? Maybe not. Because, you know, realistically, you're gonna run something like Starless Skies, and then like 2 cold imbue tempers or something. Because realistically, you're gonna use this for a cold imbue temper. If you can apply crowd controls to these things, which is kind of like the requirement for this to even be useful. So we assume cold imbuement works. And you're gonna use a cold imbuement build for this. You need cold imbuement tempers, else you have no chance. So you cannot cast Dark Shroud often enough to have a permanent second totem, but you can have at least 1 totem. Yeah, chest makes you invulnerable for 3 seconds. Pretty nice. What's the hardest hitting ability in the game? It's not an ability, it's a key passive. It's called Shatter. I guess technically Rupture, maybe. But Rupture doesn't really synergize with this at all. The new Shroud chest good. I think it's likely it has Dark Shroud ranks. Because it's like Shroud themed. What's our favorite change so far? There's a lot of really good stuff in this patch, to be honest. So obviously. Hello. I tried.
Right. What do you mean?
I had like 2 bites and I was like, nah, I don't really want to.
Yes, because I'm hungry.
I'm gonna log in for the world boss. That's fine. I want to use 2 side of your skills, not just spam smoke grenade. Ah, true. I guess it doesn't require you to have a second skill, actually. You can just do it with smoke grenade, you're right. Smoke grenade, and then 4 seconds smoke grenade. So if you consistently cast a smoke grenade in 4 seconds, you can actually spawn 2 turtles all times. Can we do that? It's 13 seconds baseline. So let's assume we have like a Shaco. We get like 10 CDR, and this thing goes to 9. So this is 13 CDR. So we have 0.87 times 0.9 times 13. So these are a 10 seconds cooldown for a smoke grenade. Without any cooldown on the neck. And we get -5 seconds, right? When you cast it on a boss. So we can kind of keep up 2 turtles with just smoke grenading. You have to do it kind of on cooldown. But it is kind of good. And you can actually... Actually the cooldown will go down, right? I think it's like -5% of the cooldown. Like the Shaco will already make it to rank 5, for example. So... I guess we can check that here. 11. So it's -18%. This is -5, -5, and then -4, -4, I think. Okay. So it should scale the same way for smoke grenade. Because I said that smoke grenade now reduces cooldown from extra ranks. Skill ranks now give damage and cooldown. So this means we're gonna have another... Starts at 13 times 0.82 times 0.9 times 0.87. So we're gonna have 8.3 seconds cooldown. -5. Boom. So that will be actually very easy to maintain with just smoke grenade. That's actually correct. So you don't actually need the synergy with the Dark Shroud chest. Or like using Dark Shroud or using any other set of your skill here. Which is actually very good. Smoke grenade alone can do it. Pretty comfortably, so. So that's actually pretty nuts. This item is very powerful, I think. You can utility temper it. True, that's like a daze thing, right? So this might be something you just use early on like, you know, a normal helm or something. Just smoke grenade all the time, ding, 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 ding. It will also help when you overdo it a little bit, the cooldown, because you can smoke grenade twice in a pack, for example. But realistically, I guess you're gonna use 1 totem in a pack, and then 2 on the boss. Nah, it's not 50, it's like the duration, that's really big. But you want this. The fave class is trash and will be even worse in Season 5. They're gonna buff it. What about double dash or smoke drop? It doesn't seem like that would work, right? It says casting a subterfuge skill. Like, you don't cast a subterfuge skill when you dash with Quickening Fog. Yo, this is a luck. Thanks, man, for the 6 months. Is Rogue stronger in Season 5 than in Session? Yes, Rogue is looking like one of the strongest classes. I mean, it's already the second best in Season 4 and will probably remain the second best in Season 5. Okay, what else can we do with this? Any kind of like AoE procs? I mean, the thing is that if we generally assume that we're gonna hit the boss and those totals at the same time, we're basically just kind of like equalizing the damage lost from a normal weapon, right? Like the base assumption is you hit 2 totems and the boss with whatever you do, with regular damage. Because if you don't, then this item is not better than a normal weapon. So what other perks do we get from this trap stuff? This damage counts as a trap skill. This doesn't work. Nope. Nope. So it will be for this, maybe. But I mean, there's no way you're gonna run exposure. For like a serious pit build at least. It will be really cool for actual exposure builds though. If you actually want to try to build like this. Play like a good old Twisting Blades Death Trap, for example. This will make it much more comfortable. $137 trap damage. And damage to trapped enemies. I mean, this is actually less than close, right? Well, it's a bit more than close. But not something you would actually take. You know, for position builds, you go crit. For victimized builds, you go won. For close quarters, you go damage to crowd control. So this doesn't really help us. So I guess the main advantage here is the ambush glyph and the deadly ambush activation on non-boss enemies. So we can run this. We can run this. Non-ultimate trap skills have 25% increased radius. I strongly doubt that this works with snare. I mean, technically it explodes in a radius, but I don't think this will work. Now this is interesting. Does versatility work with this? So it says it counts as a trap skill. So this means that versatility might work for this. Then it's gonna be interesting to try. Let's put it to 75% bonus, so we have 1.75 over 1.6, so it is a total gain of 9.37%. Which is slightly worse than a typical glyph. And you need to have 2 totems up for that. But you get a magic buffing glyph, which could be interesting in some cases. I guess there's some other little stuff here, like for example control, right? Like if you can actually crowd control these totems, then stuff like control glyph becomes a lot better, and like all of your crowd control damage like, suddenly starts working against bosses and stuff. So that's very interesting. Like you can go for all this stuff. You're gonna do that anyway, but first you have to apply this, but then maybe after like 1 second you have everything applied, and you have like 7 seconds of DPS. Where you have like everything up. And then you spawn the next totem, and the next totem, and the next totem. So it's kinda good. I wonder if you would even use this on like a poison build after all. It won't really be that great on a poison build because you have to ramp it. But it's not like you're gonna do nothing. You're still gonna poison it up and do some damage to it. So maybe you would still use it on a poison build. And it helps with, for example, Bursting Venoms procs. If you use Bursting Venoms, We would actually have like a pretty realistic chance to proc bursting venoms on a single target. Could a shadow clone spawn totems? Doubtful. Would a double dip on trap additive? Maybe. But it's not like trap additive is something you would ever put into a build. None of the traps do any noticeable amount of damage. Not even a death trap with Ice in the Dark. So, doesn't really help. And I think even like a smoke grenade, like how much damage does this do? Applies 45% poison damage over 5 seconds. That's like nothing, man. Like even a poison trap does a 500% here, look. And poison trap does 0 damage. And the smoke grenade does like 1/10 of that. So I don't think this will be relevant. The only reason to do this is to have a poison effect going on a target, right? And poison effect here would allow you to go debilitating toxins, and that chemical advantage, which is also getting buffed now. It's like you can get these kind of effects here without actually having a poison skill on your bar. So you can use smoke grenade, get the damage buff, get the daze, and have the poison in one go, instead of going for the poison trap, for example. So it's like a very nice like kind of activator for the poison effects here. Yeah, you can count a smoke grenade as a trap, but it doesn't really help, you know, like what are you gonna do with that? This thing already counts as trap. The trickery band work? I mean, trickery band has the same trigger, right? Trickery, casting a subterfuge skill. Yes. So this seems to have the same wording here, right? Casting a subterfuge skill. We have 2 times a subterfuge skill. Yeah. I mean, what do you do with this? Maybe you would combine it, I don't know. I mean, you have the crit and you have the crowd control, so it works for both precision and close quarters builds. It has okay stats. I guess the main downside here is that we lose a ring that we can temper with resource. And we also lose a bunch of damage from the offensive temper. And we get the taunt. I guess the explosion, let's just say, is somewhat irrelevant. But maybe not nothing. And this can only occur every 6 seconds, so this will be every 2 smoke grenades. Because you want to do a smoke grenade at least every 4. The funny part about this item is it actually taunts bosses. Like the boss actually follows this thing, which is kind of funny. That's the bug, I guess. That was never fixed as far as I know. And another advantage is that it can like stack up monsters exactly on your totems. And then, you know, for example, with pen shot, hit the totems, hit the boss. Dude, for pen shot is actually really nuts. If you manage to position those totems exactly on the boss, not only do you get the pierce for the extra 10% damage and then 20% damage for whatever, how many you pierce, but you also get the trick shots that can hit the boss from the totems, and you even get the trick shots that can hit each other from the totems or from the boss to the totem. Like if you manage to stack everything on top of each other, you're gonna have really good boss damage actually with pen shot now. I think pen shot will probably benefit the most from this, followed by barrage, and then it's gonna be kind of the same for all of the others. It's gonna be very interesting. Yeah, the taunted boss actually does not count for the control glove as far as I know. Or like for any crowd control stuff. Like it just is taunted, but it's not actually crowd control, so it's kind of weird. I don't think channeling slug will be S tier currently, but I guess we'll see. The old Callipolis. Same. Been doing Twisting Blades, but I kept getting slaughtered. Yeah, Twisting Blades is somewhat difficult to play. Now the question, do we have to adjust any builds in any big ways? Not really. I think I can just take existing Season 4 builds and tweak them a little bit. Use a new weapon, and we just go. And we'll see what happens, I guess. I don't think I have to like really make like new setups and stuff like now. Most fundamental things don't really change. Just a bunch of different passives maybe. And I mean, there's more options now. So preparation builds are certainly a thing. We can try that. Inner sight has become better lately. We can try that. So I guess it's gonna be like on the rogue experimenting for like 2 days straight and see what kind of like builds emerge. Anything else, Sam? This is very interesting. Vox Omnium. I like this thing a lot. Matching the elements of your last 2 non-core skill casts. Maybe this is like a sign that we're gonna finally get like a cross-element key passive in the expansion. It's like really what I'm hoping for Sorcs. To finally fit that theme. These projectiles deal increased damage. You don't have to reset the boss dungeon anymore in Season 5, yes. Mix of Dials focus more synergy than any class. Yeah, like one cool thing about the rogues is that it just has very generic boosts to like everything, right? I guess is what I mean. Like you can combine the imbuements with like any of the core skills. You can use any of those subterfuge skills with anything. You can use some of this stuff. So there's like a lot of like kind of like tools that you have in your box where you just like, you know, you choose like 3 of them and combine them however you want them. So that's kind of the cool stuff about rogues, I guess. Now if they ever made like ultimates actually usable, that'll be cool. How come I don't use Comic Glyph in Earth? Yeah, it's just a bit of crit damage. You don't need the resources, so the secondary benefit is kind of whatever. And the crit damage is just not really that powerful to make a huge impact. Since you already have like 2000 or something. Would Anti-Rogue still be viable in Season 5? Yeah, right now there's not really any nerf coming to it. So just buffs. How about Arrowstone, Rain of Arrows build? Yeah, it has definitely moved up a little bit from full meme territory to kind of playable, I guess. But we'll have to see. Didn't Adam say that percent damage will be fixed? Yeah, but it does literally nothing. You just put damage over time on your weapons now instead of percent damage. This thing seems so terrible, man. 30% chance when consuming a corpse. And it explodes for 5.5k. Like, what the hell is that? This effect is treated as a macabre skill. I mean, what can you do with that? I mean, it has a lot of hued flash, so you generate a lot of corpses. Has int, which is okay. The wool thing, I guess that's okay. Macabre is like mostly bone spirit and calls explosion, right? Salvage it immediately. No, this is corpse actually. So macabre is the bone stuff here. Bone. Bone. What else is macabre? This. It's kind of interesting that this is labeled as... Okay, never mind. These are actually all corpse. So wait, there's only those 3 macabre skills. So bone, blood mist, and bone spirit. So what can we do with macabre? Like, what does it mean it's treated as a macabre skill? It's not even macabre on the skill tree. So what about this? There's nothing here. This is even specifically for corpse skills. Like, I don't even know what this is supposed to do with the macabre. Is there like some aspects for it, maybe? Like, they can just straight up delete that line. This effect is treated as a macabre skill. Is there like maybe anything like when you cast something? But even so, I mean, you don't really casting as the Macron Red. Zersetzen. I mean, I don't think this is what you would use for it. When you consume a corpse, but maybe. I mean, you can generate a lot of corpses with decompose. You form a usable corpse of the flesh every 1 second. They did not actually make decompose work with attack speed, right? Decompose can chain and burst to 2 additional targets, explodes and decompose, deal 45 increased damage. So I think you don't actually get more corpses, right? It just like deals damage to more targets, but you don't get 3 corpses. So just 1 corpse per second. And then whatever you get from healed flesh. Okay, that's 40. Okay. That the ambush is in a tracing plate's plan, I guess. There it is. Maybe you selected this version here. But here is the ambush everywhere. And then I close the Necro thing I was working on. Decompose causes a small explosion dealing 4% damage when creating a corpse when the enemy dies, and you gain 10 essence. I wonder how viable is like a, decompose basic attack build. Go Moonrise at that ability, just like the other basic attack builds. And just see what happens. It's probably pretty terrible though. Do you have like any scaling for this outside of Shadowblade? No, 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 no. I don't think it procs Huge Flash. Nice. So this doesn't even synergize with that, I guess. Why are all the army builds using bows? Not mine. Why do we run Bursting Venom's aspect on Andy, not elements? Because the Bursting Venoms kind of does the damage of like a third or so of an Andaris proc, or maybe a quarter. Which is not terrible. And it also can produce like a hit itself. It can actually explode Andirals for you. So that makes it probably around even, maybe slightly better than elements. It's kind of hard to say exactly. Yeah, I really have no idea what I want to do with Mortar Crocs. I'll leave it to the Necros to figure out for now. It just doesn't really seem very useful. Like, it seems like undertuned, basically. Like, the chance is low, the damage is low. This effect is treated as a macabre skill. That's literally nothing, I think. It's macabre damage, man. Okay, dude. This can be used with Boulder. But I mean, since there's a cap of 10 boulders active at a time, I guess you don't really care about losing both of your weapon slots and not have chance to cast Boulder twice, right? There's actually no downside to it. So, I guess it's a Boulder weapon now. Yes. I mean, the interesting part about the thing is that it petrifies enemies, and petrify means you get the crit buff, most likely, and they're counted as stunned. And both these things are really strong for their skills. So these are bursting down enemies. You also have lots of damage to crowd-controlled enemies, which makes it easy to cap out the Earth and Devastation board. You have fist damage, which is fine. You have Earth attack speed, which is cool. You have crit chance against stunned enemies. I guess the problem remains, you're gonna have like a bit of issues against the boss. So it kind of pushes Druids a bit more in the direction of stagger kills. But they usually don't have a big problem with that, so it's probably okay. That crit chance, Masterwork GA. I mean, it's not that hard to reach 100% crit chance with Earth skills anyway, because this is a temper you can put on your weapons. Like on my Pulverized Druid, I have actually near 100%, and I don't even have Perfect Gear. So if you want, you can actually get a lot of crit chance. And you have to keep in mind, you lose 2 aspects, and you lose 2 tempers. Like, I don't think this weapon is really that powerful. It's gonna be kind of cool for like Hell Tides or something, but I don't think you're gonna take this into the pit, because you just lose boss damage. You lose 2 aspects, and that's too much. But it's kind of cool walking around with your boulders, and your boulders instantly petrify, boom, you know, on that first hit, right? On the first hit, you get a guaranteed 3-second stun. I mean, that's kind of big for like farming stuff. It's like a kind of cool effect. And they might even just die from that as well, right? From the physical damage there. 17k is not nothing. So you can probably just do like boulder and walk around and in Helltide, and just everything just dies around you. And whatever doesn't die is stunned for 3 seconds and then dies. And I think, I'm not sure about this, but maybe if they are petrified, they cannot be knocked back from boulders. Which might be kind of nice, but I'm not sure. Is that true? I guess I could try it real quick. I think frozen enemies cannot be knocked back. How much are boots with 3 GA, max life, lightning rest, and movement speed? Yeah, I mean, lightning rest is not useful, but life and movement speed is kind of nice. Depends on the implicit on the boots. Oh wait, wrong. And only one procs once, which is like a big downside of this thing.
Hello, shining beauty.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I actually have to go in 1 minute, guys. So this is the last quick test we're doing right now. We have maximum meeting now to discuss the season 5 stuff. So he just end the stream here. We have Petrify already, okay. Ah shit, I don't have a Dolmen Stone. I don't think I have one lying around. F. Okay, I can't do it, guys. I mean, maybe the original boulder will still work. Let's see. We're done killing them with materials. F. Okay, we'll find out later. Goodbye, guys. Dude, materials might actually one of these guys. That's insane. Yo, I'm gonna raid Oogie Boogie. Let's go. You can still go bowling, even with Pitify. Then it's kind of pointless, I guess. Anyway. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back tomorrow. Short stream today. But tomorrow we do a lot more theorycrafting. It was a lot of fun though. We have more stuff to prepare for the PTR on Tuesday. I'm gonna get a lot of stuff done.